but it was kind of a sidetrack. I mean, the original purpose for you guys to come down this direction. I'll move you to the Balinar map here. Um, was that you took a job in Ornkaima to come to or to go to Bariena to sort of investigate what was going on with the undead, which is the main area of interest for Evar anyway. Um, so this was a bit of a sidetrack. It didn't Evar as a character didn't have a whole lot of questions for Remus, but
He got the one he had answered though.
so yeah, I mean, just as a some of the more important things to that he kind of touched on is one. Yes, you did see um, that this machine that was created by some ancient race that you guys didn't even recognize, and that Asmodeus had intention of using it to move the nine hells into the prime material plane and using Tiamat as his vanguard in that process. Obviously, it did not happen. You saw a vision of one of these um, creatures or people breaking the machine and taking pieces off of it to keep it from working. Um, you also most probably the thing that's most applicable to your current state of affairs is that you saw a vision of Queen Phelan essentially becoming the mother, choosing to become the mother, and also by making her lover Tyria into a Death Knight, or actually Tyria basically forcing her to do so by killing herself. You also learned that Tarma and Einar supposedly, at least what Remus believes, was put into what he believes is a pocket dimension. He didn't believe that it was moved to a different plane necessarily. Um, not exactly sure how that happened, but that she put the Sun Elves that didn't die in the war into stasis, and he also believes that she is her power might be waning at this point, and she's using the souls essentially of the Sun Elves in stasis to sustain her undeath or unlife or whatever you might want to call a lich, I suppose. Um, but that's his theory. He doesn't have any exact proof. He's seen visions, and that's the conclusion that he came up with. But it's not like anybody was. There are no visions that anybody specifically saying this is exactly what happened.
Well, theories are better than nothing.
And it is like from his other. He didn't show you everything that he had seen necessarily, but I mean, he was of the belief that this was a last ditch effort by Phelan to essentially save the Sun Elves, putting them into stasis and keeping them alive so that they wouldn't be destroyed and wiped out by the Ashran Empire and the Moon Elves. So, in her mind, the end justify the means. So she was doing whatever it took to save her people. So, as Obi-Wan Kenobi said, from a certain point of view, she was doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically where we left off. I mean, you guys also, Lena had some. You were all terrified. Lena was actually so uh, affected by the specter of Asmodeus that she was actually knocked out of the vision, and it all made you, or it made all of you, quite uncomfortable and frightened to see his visage and hear his voice. And he did appear as more of a horned devil, so he was sort of the more, if you think of the stereotypical, didn't have like goat legs or anything, but
Hmm.
you know, the large, massive ram horns and that type of thing. Not the Asmodeus of Diablo, if you think of that, because he's just like
Oh
some big,
God.
just a big fat guy, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think our next step was going to be to head to. It wasn't Runtal, right? It was Bariana.
Bariana, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Runtal is under quarantine in the Empire.
Oh, okay. I remembered something about that one. Yeah.
Yep.
Would I have been able to ask Remus about possibly taking some materials and copying some of the spells from him?
Let me pull out hat here.
Because I can engrave the spells onto someone's body when we get to Bariana. That's a weird thing to say.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, someone also found out about the attack on Nogosvad.
Oh yeah. Wasn't that with like the demon army?
The demon, the mind flayers, and the beholders,
Yeah.
all in
Yeah. It
one
was.
army.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it, based on what you could see, it looked like almost like aberrations being led by a demon. So
Okay.
that was good.
Because that's also not terrifying.
So what's the maximum level spell you can
At the
learn
moment,
now?
third.
All right.
I mean, I obviously don't expect him to say, "Here, copy all of my first, second, and third." It's just if he would be willing to let me have a couple of them, I'd be grateful.
I'm typing in the ones that you would be able to learn in Discord. Um, I'm taking out the ones that would annoy me, like
I
counter
accept.
spell. You're not allowed to do that. I don't want you to do that.
So you don't want me using my reaction to go, "Please God, no."
Yeah, that's not any. I'll make sure that I'll keep dark vision on there since you're all half elves now. That'll be helpful.
I mean, it would
Some
have
of these you
helped
already have.
Bjorn. I mean, I did used to have spells like remove curse and other ones like that.
All right. Well, those are. So that's the other thing I'm going to do that I don't ever do, and I probably have never done in any game that I've run. But so the loot that you guys find, I'm going to have you guys roll on the table, and then I'm just going to just randomly assign based on this table. You're going to get whatever you roll. normally I do all that stuff on my own, but I figured why not? I'll just let you guys do it. It's more fun
Nice.
because that's one of those things that they tell new DMs never to do. Always prepare. Don't make sure you have all that stuff already ready. It's like, yeah, but it's kind of fun to I like, cause I like the critical hit roll that we do. Like you guys roll like a D100 and see what happens. Like I think that's kind of fun. I like the suspense of it.
It adds another whole dimension.
Yeah. Versus me just being like doing it behind the scenes and being like, okay, here's what you find. Like, that's cool, especially if there's something that I want you to find. But this is just a job that you got. Like this isn't necessarily like a full on story quest exactly.
Mhm.
So it's more just like, hey, let's see what happens. I mean, it may be a story quest because you might die, but
True.
So, was there anything that you guys wanted to do or ask Remus?
The only question Ivar would have would be how long of a journey it's going to be to get to Bariana.
How many miles is it on the map? Let's see. Roughly about here to about 60 miles or so. And on a regular walking pace, you guys can walk about 2.5 miles an hour.
Okay.
That's good information to know.
So if you walked for 8 hours a day, it'd take you about 3 days to get there.
All right.
If you walked longer or faster, it'd be a little faster.
I mean, we could go at a decent pace for a day or two, then walk the last day.
That works.
Yep.
Yeah, so for each level of spell, process takes 2 hours and costs 50 gold pieces.
Yeah, I never actually knew that. That's why I was having to look that up.
Yeah, and that's why Richter was always broke.
Mm-hmm. That's why he had no magic items aside from the one he found, and everything else went into that spell book.
So, Remus tells you guys are welcome to come back and speak with him anytime. He enjoyed your company, and he'd be happy to have you assist him further.
And tell his guards and crazy things not to attack us on the way in next time.
Yeah, next time you just can come right in.
Very good. So, who knows where we are going? Who is going to be leading us?
Soren's the only one who's been there, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. And my survival is a -1, so I'm pretty sure you don't want me leading.
My survival is a 2.
My survival is 0.
Yep, I'm now the wisest person in the group.
Mm-hmm.
Lost in the woods.
Into the woods. Yeah, so let's head off to Bariana.
So, I guess do a survival check, Soren, to see if you get lost.
Oh, yay! Probably.
We're not even going to make it there. We're going to just die in the woods. So about that 3 days estimate.
Yeah, it's probably gonna take a little bit longer than that. And I'll say it's not so much that you get lost in the woods, is that I'll say like Soren is just sort of taking you further south than he needed to. So instead of sort of like going out and around to Bariana, you kind of ended up going like across like this. And so as you get there, you sort of realize that you're walking out into the dead fields as you leave the forest, and you're like, okay, well, I guess we better turn around and go back, because the forest for the most part is kind of a barrier. Not really. You can see that like the forest that you're in is filled with mostly dead trees at this point, because they are still affected by the storm, but it's not enough that you're like in danger from it. Um, it's more just the contamination of the soil that has killed the trees and not the storm itself. Um, so the fact that there's no like leaf coverage or canopy or anything like that also makes it that much worse that you guys would get lost in a stand of like trees that you can see through for the most part. But yeah, it does take you a little bit longer. You take a few detours, but then you do eventually sort of find your way towards Bariana. And as you approach, everybody do I guess just do a perception check. You don't really need to do it, but you see smoke as you're approaching, and as you get closer and closer, you see that there's like a giant fire that is burning, but it doesn't appear that, but it appears to be like a centralized singular fire. Does not appear like, it doesn't look like the city is on fire. And you can see that as you're getting closer, it at first you think that it's snowing, only to realize that it is ash that is actually starting to fall all over you. And as you approach the city gate, I guess I'm not sure what the best one for this would be. I wish it was like an experience. I guess history's kind of it, but not really. Like I want to like a roll for like your personal experience type of like roll. There isn't really a thing for that.
Just like general intelligence.
I guess, yeah. I guess everybody can do an intelligence check. I mean, there's not, because I mean, really, it's probably not a roll even. It's more of like, would you guys like have experienced this in the past? I think Ivar, you would probably be more attuned to it than the other two. I don't think Lena would probably. It's that intelligence check actually works. I don't think you would probably be the least likely. Ivar in particular, yeah, you have seen you have smelled this before. They are burning bodies.
Okay. Can I, like, just looking, like, are we close enough to see like the bodies themselves yet, or is it still too far away?
I would say you're approaching the gates at this point, and you see that the gates are open and they're not currently guarded at the moment.
All right. Yeah, I'll look to the other two and just motion like with like a little piece of cloth or something, and just say, "Hey, you may want to cover your face. It's not the best air to be breathing."
It's kind of a sickly, sweet sort of smell. I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, if you've ever heard people say that like humans, or it's like pig flesh. So you do kind of get the smell of like
Bacon.
basically. Yeah, like burnt bacon. I mean, it's not it's the smell itself isn't actually that bad. And and Ivar, you kind of get the idea that these are probably this is the attempt of the people to keep the bodies from turning undead.
Okay, so it's not like they're burning undead that have been killed.
Yeah, so again, and I'll say that with your nat 20 there, and your sort of like purpose as a paladin, it's something that you would recognize is that you probably would have smelled undead bodies being burnt, like so rotten bodies being burnt versus like dead, like somewhat freshly dead bodies being burnt, and it would be different. It would be a different smell.
Okay.
And this smells more fresh. It smells more like bacon. It smells more like pigs being cooked.
All right.
Which is a horrible thing to say, but but true.
All right. Yeah, I'll tell them that. I'll put something over my mouth and I'll just look back and just say, "So, who knows where we should look first?"
Well, we do have the gnome we can speak to in the tower in the center of the city. He seems to be the unofficial mayor slash leader of the settlement.
Is he the one that wanted you all to investigate the tunnels?
Yes, he wanted us to go into the tunnels and possibly further into the dead fields.
Huh? He sounds like someone I would wish to speak to as well. And as we get closer, like, is there people like minding the fire, or is it kind of just like just burning?
At this point, it looks like they're. It's not anything that people have been. There may be some recent, but people aren't standing around watching it. Basically, it's in the center of town, and it's a pretty well made fire, so you can see it's not in danger of like spreading or anything. Okay. You may see a couple of people sort of like, just making sure that it doesn't.
Are any like newer bodies being thrown up onto it?
Not that you see. You do see a number of people walking around. Go ahead and I guess everybody make a perception check. Soren, do it with advantage for you. The other two, you can just do a regular one.
Whoops.
Oh God.
Wow.
Well, my roll didn't change.
Got a 4 regardless.
We are not going to see shit this session.
No, I mean, like it's not so much that you're like looking for anything in particular. It's more of a, do you notice anything? And Soren, the only thing that you notice is that you see some people that you didn't see previously. They're sort of standing off to the distance on the other side of the fire from where you guys are. You see a human woman who's wearing very nice looking like a very nice looking like robes, not like a wizard's robe, but more like traveling sort of robes. She has like some very fine jewelry on. She's got sort of she's got sort of auburn reddish hair. It's kind of like you can see that it's very well styled, kind of pulled back a little bit. She's got a little like a, I don't know what you would call this, kind of a thin sort of braided headband going around her head. And she's sort of like looks like she's giving orders to people, and you can see that the people that she's giving orders to appear to be some rather rough looking people, and men and women both. She is a human. The people that she's directing also appear to be humans. They are wearing leather armor. They've got, like, you can see some of them have like a bow slung across their back, and some of them have crossbows, and almost all of them have swords of varying lengths. And they're sort of just like looks like they're patrolling the city. And she's just sort of like pointing to different things, and you can't hear anything that she's saying at this point. But she appears to be ordering these men to and women to do things. That's what you see. And you didn't see this woman before, and these people weren't like, you didn't notice any guards dressed like this or anything like that. I mean, they look more like mercenaries from what you've seen. And Soren, if you pointed out to the other two, they would also recognize that they appear to be outwardly sort of that mercenary type.
Seems we have more company here than previous.
I will not bother them if they do not bother us.
Well, it seems like they're just trying to protect the city or something, so maybe they were something like us from Lon Kaima.
Kind of looks at him, and people like that don't tend to care much for the city as much as themselves.
It's probably best if I don't talk to them if we wish to find out what their purpose is.
Perhaps your gnomish friend will know.
It's possible. Perhaps we should head there first.
And you can see the small little tower that that Garland lived in or lives in that was next to the sort of city hall type thing. It's completely dark. There are no lights in it, and at this point, it is getting dark.
I'll knock on the door.
And there is no answer. But actually, a gentleman walks up to you and says, "You here for Garland?"
Yes, I previously talked to him on my last visit here. I was wondering where he was.
And you can see his expression kind of darkens a little bit, and then he just points at the fire.
Oh,
Ah, I see.
Oh, if you don't mind me asking, is this how many people you have lost recently since the undead have been a problem?
It was probably 50 people in the last attack. Would have been more if it wasn't for Maeve.
Maeve?
And then he points at the red-haired woman.
She wasn't here the last time I was.
She's not from here. She said that. Well, she didn't really say what she came for, but her and her group there said that they were hunting something, and they've been protecting us, so we didn't ask too many questions.
Something, not a person.
I've never spoken to her myself. I just what everybody else. I just heard what everybody else had said about her.
we were sent from Ormkaima to help. Would she be the best person to speak to see, I guess, what we can do and about the situation?
She's from Firistal. I don't know if she came from Ormkaima, but
Is there any de facto leader in the city?
and he just points at the fire again. Not anymore.
Well, then I suppose she would be who we would need to talk to.
It would appear so. Well, thank you very much for your time and my condolences for the city's loss.
And he sort of just nods at you and heads off.
I'm just going to turn away from everyone very quickly and cast Disguise Self.
I'm gonna look to these two and just as someone who has studied quite a bit about mercenaries. If things get a little worrisome, money always really speaks to these people.
And interestingly, when you see her, I mean, like the woman that he called Maeve, she doesn't. She's very finely dressed. Like she has the appearance of like nobility, not a mercenary. But the people that she's ordering around look like mercenaries. Also, Maeve.
should we go introduce ourselves?
Yeah, that sounds fine to me.
Keep guard up. Just never know.
Oh,
And he like just puts a hand on the hilt of his sword and turns to face her to walk up to her.
oh, Eva would also notice that Son currently looks like a normal elf,
So no more dark skin and stuff.
and no more disfiguring scar on his face.
Do you have a hand? Do you have two hands?
No, I've got one resting inside of my equipment, so you can't see
I
it.
was gonna say if you had a fake hand, make sure you shake hands with the correct one.
Right. I can never remember. Did you lose your left hand?
Nope, I lost my dominant right hand.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. All right. So yeah, I guess we will all approach.
Alrighty.
As we're walking up and stuff, does it seem like anyone else, like any of her people or anything like that, are taking notice of us, like approaching her?
They all appear to be pretty busy.
Okay.
And at this point, there actually are not that many around. She just seems to be talking to one of them. Here, I'm gonna put her, the token that I made for her in the. So that's what she looks like.
Okay. So I will approach, give a bit of a, not like a full out bow, but just bow in front of her and just say, I believe we were told your name is Maeve, correct?
And she gives you a very pleasant smile and kind of nods. And what can I do for you?
Well, uh, honestly, my friend here, and I'll motion over to Sorn, he would probably be able to explain better. We were coming here to see someone he met last time he was here, who was unfortunately, and he'll just motion over towards the fire as well.
She just kind of nods and kind of acknowledging, sort of like a sad kind of way, and looks at you, Sorn.
Yes, we have come down from Ornkheimer to render assistance with the undead issue. And I was going to talk to Garland, but unfortunately, well, situations happen.
And what is it that I can do for you?
Well, it seems to be you're the only one who's not to say in a position of power, but the only one who seems to have an idea of what is going on.
We were told that your people somewhat saved the day during the last attack. So, who better to know what was going on?
Well, if you were here before, I'm sure you're aware that place has dealt with the undead for quite some time, and apparently there's been a bit of an increase in that.
Yes, the now fresh sun elves coming from the south, correct?
Oh, I'd heard that from some of the residents here, but most of the things that we killed were not fresh. And you can see she kind of had a disgusted look on her face when she said not fresh.
How often are these attacks?
At this point, we've been having waves come in about every 2 or 3 days.
If you don't mind me asking, what brought you here?
Well, I have a rather keen interest in the undead and making sure that they stay in check.
This is actually very good to hear. I have similar interests. Where did you come to the city from?
Well, we came from Anunche, like everybody, I suppose, but my fellows and I are from Firisdal. And I'll move you guys back to the world map so you can see what I'm talking.
Yes, I've recently made the travel over the ocean as well. I'm from Niska. Well, seeing as you're not from this land, does any certain deity have anything to do with your distaste for the undead?
And she kind of smiles a little bit and she says, it's like she almost says something and then she stops herself and says, "No, not much of a religious person myself."
Hmm. He kind of just nods and says, "Well, we can both agree on the fact that seeing them be destroyed, whether for my reason or yours, either works."
Well, from my point of view, if you're not from Valinar, I believe you probably don't have the backwards take on magic, correct?
And she chuckles and says, "Yeah, indeed. It's what a useful thing to have."
So, um, judging, oh, pardon me for judging, but from your clothing and the way you're ordering people around, do you come from nobility where you hail from?
And you can see that she is kind of staring at you at this point, and she's just kind of like looking at all of you, and you can see that she's trying to size all of you up, basically, just
Mhm.
kind of determining what you are after at this point. But she says once a very long time ago, but
Mm.
not anymore.
Mm. Have you met many of the people that come from here?
From Bariena.
Yeah, at least those who were here when the attacks occurred. Perhaps not residents.
Not really familiar with anyone here on Valinor.
Hmm. Um, what was the dwarf's name that we searched for?
Yes, his name was Thorgrim. He came from up north, but he was in Bariena.
Haven't seen any dwarves here.
I'll kind of look towards Sorn and Lena and say, "Well, I believe you said that he was uh, a bit of a fighter. Perhaps he fell in battle as well."
Well, hopefully not. Although, I didn't really meet him myself.
Yes, he was more like yourself, Ivar.
Hmm. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you guys knew
Um,
he was a I don't know if you I think you may have mentioned, but to for,
Gond, right?
yeah, he was a paladin of Gond.
Okay. Well, I'll look to her and I'll say, "Well, if since you do seem to have the same interest as we do right now, if you happen to see a dwarf, please tell him that so he has someone looking for him. We believe he may be in possession of an artifact that is not helping the matters of undead here.
What might that be?
I immediately just turn to look at Sorn and I say, well, myself, I do not know much of it, just that it is something better destroyed than left to sit and corrupt.
Yes, I do not believe he knows quite exactly what it is, or he would have tried to dispose of it himself, but always better safe than sorry. So we wish to find him first and remove the object from, well, a place of undead such as this.
She just kind of looks at you suspiciously but nods.
We have a hope of a way that we will be able to destroy it, though not a guarantee, but at least some way to get it somewhere far away where it would be affecting innocent people.
Well, unless you plan on marching out into the dead fields, there's really only one other place to search if you're looking for someone who may have been fighting the undead. And she sort of like points to this. It almost looks like at one point was kind of like a crypt or a tomb. And you can see that there are these stairs leading down, and that's where most of the mercenaries are sort of like standing around. I mean, obviously there are some other ones that are patrolling essentially the perimeter, but you can see there's a number of them sort of like standing watch on this crypt sort.
Quick question: when we had the flashback to what what made this guy think this object was part of the device, did we get to see what the object looked like?
What he broke off?
Yeah.
Not really.
Okay. So would this technically be an object that is familiar to me then? Probably not. Because the wording of locate object is kind of vague. Familiar, like, I mean, I know what it looks like, I know what it's made of, but I've never actually seen it, so I don't know.
Let me see.
Because it says it can locate the nearest if it's like.
If you've seen it up close within 30 feet, yeah. So I would say that.
But right after that is what I mean, where it gets a little confusing because it says a certain kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or a weapon, like with it. So if I thought of like a mechanic, like some sort of mechanical object, it might lead me to that. It might lead me to someone's fucking clock. I don't know.
I would say you might be able to do that, but you also haven't met Thorgrim. So, because I would say, like, you know, if you had known Thorgrim, like, you could say, like, well, let me imagine his hammer.
Yeah. Okay.
But you didn't see that either, unfortunately.
Yep, I got it. Fair enough.
Thank you for your time. We're going to have a look around town, see if we can find information on Thorgrim. But we will be here to help with the undead situation should it arise again.
And she just nods at you and then goes about talking to her people.
Let's head off to where she pointed.
Would you mind if I made a quick pit stop first?
As you wish.
Just need to go into the market for a moment.
Do they have one up and running?
I mean, they don't like it. Barbarina doesn't have a huge marketplace to begin with, but there might be
Well, they had a couple of shops last time we were here.
Yeah, they had a couple shops, but I mean, it's not. I wouldn't go as far as to call it a marketplace, but I mean, you could get some things probably.
I'm basically looking for just a piece of obsidian.
Let's see.
Someone's not happy.
Cat is angry.
He's ready for dinner an hour early.
Mm-hmm.
Bait me! Bait me!
All right, so there was the Three Crones Tavern and Inn. There is the a light in the dark, which is general goods store. They sell tools, minor clothing, and item repair. Um,
Yeah, we can try the general goods first. We can, like I said, we can also ask around about Thorgrim as well.
yeah, I mean that's really the only thing that I wrote down as far as the shops are concerned.
That's fine.
Was the a light in the dark,
Yes.
and it would still be open.
We should probably go visit a light in the dark.
Ivor just pretty much follows you around and while you're doing your shopping.
Head on in. Do I see the proprietor?
You do. It is an older elven male with long white hair. I don't remember if you guys went here or not first time, but
I don't think we actually did any shopping last time.
I don't think you did. But the man's name is Droth. He is an extremely old elf. He looks old, which means that he has to be really freaking old. And he speaks quite slowly. Almost seems like on the verge of falling asleep, like at all times. He does not have obsidian. He doesn't really have any components. I mean, like unless they're like herbs or things like that that you would need for spell casting. But you might be able to find obsidian or rocks of some of in the cavern in the caves.
Awesome. If that's the case, could I, instead of going into the shop to just investigate and ask around if anyone's seen Thorgrim the dwarf?
Yeah, just do an investigation check. And you can do it with advantage because I assume everybody will help you. Well, you didn't need it, but there are a few people who remember him. He did come to Bariana, and he stayed at the Three Crones Tavern and Inn where you guys did go the last time. And they said that he was kind of rude, and he seemed sort of angry, and was very short with everybody. And that one night before one of the attacks, he paid for his room and left. No one's seen him since.
Well, shit. Well, that's not a good sign.
Did they see like what direction he left in? Was he like going towards the road? Was he going towards the dead fields?
The only people who saw him leave was the barkeep, Cyrilla, and she didn't. He paid her and left, and she didn't pay attention to which way he was walking.
All right.
Yes, that may be a problem. The object had a tendency to show you things in your peripheral vision. Shadows make you believe people were turning against you.
just because I figure why not? It's worth a shot. If it was evil enough, I'm gonna try to see if I can detect it. Or even like any trace of it. Like if I would know possibly.
I mean, it would have
Like
been a desecrated item as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But I mean, if by chance he dropped it or something, yeah, that'd be great. Like if he left it in his room, which I'm doubting. But would I be able to like maybe sense it anywhere, possibly? Like it, like a way it's leaving, or like trace remnants of the corruption.
So you do not get anything. So, well, okay. I guess where are you doing this at the inn?
I'm. It lasts for 10 minutes, so I'm gonna do it at the inn, and then I'll. I guess start walking towards like the dead fields, not like going like leaving the city or anything, but walking in that direction to like towards like the most southern gate. Because I'm just assuming, like with what Soren just said about visions and this and that, that it might be pulling him towards more undead or something.
Well, primarily, it makes the holder more paranoid.
So I would say that the place, you don't notice anything being magically consecrated or desecrated, because I believe that would be like a purposeful action of somebody doing.
Yeah, I think that there is a spell consecrate.
Yeah. And it'd be the same thing like if you did some dark ritual, like, like if I would say, like, for example, if like a necromancer raised someone from the dead, like I would consider that sort of a desecration, possibly. Depends, I suppose, on what exactly what was happening there, but that's a possibility of something that could happen. You don't notice any of that, although you do recognize there are creatures around you that are one of those things, or
Like in the city?
within 30 feet of you. It doesn't specifically, it doesn't say you can tell where or
Yeah,
what.
yeah.
So I mean, within 30 feet of you, whether that be below you or
Okay.
around you or what
Well,
have you, you're not sure, but you
it-
recognize that there's stuff around. Yes.
Well, the second I feel that, I immediately stop and kind of just look around. I want to just like kind of take in my surroundings, see if I can see anyone moving or anything like that within what I would assume would be like 30 feet of us. Like if I could see anyone on the surface moving around.
I guess do a perception check.
And I'll tell them too. I'll just be like, does anyone see anything? I'm getting a bit of not so good feelings from something around here.
I can certainly look, if you wish.
Not entirely sure what I'm looking for, but sure.
People, creatures, that sort of thing.
You are the least wise group of people.
Yep.
I mean, I got a 17.
Yeah, you got 17, but like a 7 and a 9, and I mean, you don't notice anybody you didn't see before. So I mean, Maeve is there, and her mercenaries are there, and you see people that are sort of milling about. I mean, 30 feet's actually kind of a large area. If you're talking 360 degrees, 30 feet are all the way around you. So I mean, you don't notice anything that you didn't notice before.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna kick it up a notch. I'll use my first defined sense, and it says you can open your awareness until the next turn. You know the location. So if it's celestial fiend or undead, I will know its location. I won't know what it like exactly what it is, but I will know where it is and what it is as far as that's concerned.
Because you know the type of any being whose presence you sense, but it's not, but not its identity.
Yeah, so I wouldn't know if it's a vampire, but I would know if it was undead.
Um. Trying to think about how this would work. So divine sense doesn't have the same restriction with like the lead and stuff either, right? So it doesn't
No,
that's not
like
it's
if
not
it's
blocked by things.
no, yeah, if even if it's like 50 feet below me underground, I would still sense it. Ooh, and it also says I would detect any objects that have been consecrated or desecrated.
Which I don't think this item would be considered that either.
Okay.
Because I don't think it was like I don't think that the machine that it's from is inherently good or evil, therefore not consecrated or desecrated.
Okay.
But you do sense undead.
Like below us, or
Um, God, I fucking hate this. Maeve appears to be undead.
oh, okay. Holy shit. Um, I immediately just like stiffen, and you guys can notice something very very different in his stature, and he just stands up, and like is she in between us and where like where is she in response to or in coordination with like where we are?
I would say at this point you guys are probably like again on one side of the like the bonfire essentially, and she would be on the other.
Okay.
Still, essentially, she's pretty much where she was before.
So is there anywhere that we could walk away from her that would also like not make it look like we're just trying to avoid her? Like, is there somewhere else we could be looking around, like in an opposite direction, like going through houses or something?
I mean, you could go back to the inn, and it would be away from where she is.
Okay, yeah. I'll just
Fucking
kind of.
paladins, man, you're ruining the story.
Oh my! I thought it was gonna be something like she would like. I honestly had no thought it would be her. I was thinking like at worst it'd be like she's controlling these undead things. But yeah, okay, that's a lot worse than I thought. Um, I don't. I kind of like you can see he's acting awkward. He looks at both of you and he just goes, "Well, follow me, please." And he's just gonna start walking, trying to be as casual as possible through the rest of the city, like heading back towards the tavern.
Performance check.
You don't. Well, actually, he's not too bad at that. Boom.
Nice. Totally nonchalant, just
Mhm.
whistling to himself, like
Yep.
not people who nonchalantly just whistle,
Mhm. And I'll just be walking and like making like pointing at stuff, like making idle chit chat with these two, and then as soon as we like have a chance to get around a building, just kind of stop there and look at them both and just say, "Well, I have some bad news about our new friend."
You mean
Maeve?
Maeve? Yes, Maeve.
Yes. I don't think that's her real name, but perhaps there are some sort of beings like her who may like that name. She is. Pa- mm, I can't be sure exactly, but she is not what she seems. She is definitely something that we came here to destroy. She appears to have a guise on,
She's
disguising the fact that she is not living.
she's undead.
He just nods. I've never. Oh, actually, I should ask you first. Would I have ever come into contact with an undead that was so good or so powerful that it could appear to be someone living?
I guess do a religion check or history check, whichever one you'd be better at.
Um,
Um, I guess this would go back to kind of the thing that we somewhat discussed last week, in that like, um, you would know of two instances where undead could potentially appear to be living.
I
One
don't
of
think I'm gonna
those,
like either of them.
you probably aren't. One of them would be, as it would be like if they were a powerful spellcaster in life. I guess there's technically three things that it could be. Is that it could be if they were very powerful spellcasters in life, they may retain the ability to disguise themselves. Um, the and generally speaking, this is kind of a uh, goes along with that same thing. Very powerful liches would have the ability to do that.
Hmm.
And the third, though, while those two are sort of like entwined with each other, the third would be vampires.
Yep. Fuck me running. All right. Now, were there any other undead besides her around in that 60-foot area?
Not that you tell, no.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll look at them and say, well, there are a few possibilities that would let an undead appear to be living, but none of them would be very beneficial to us, nor something I think we could handle.
Well, I mean, right now at least she's helping the town, it seems. We can deal with the undead problem that we can deal with and somehow put a stop to her, or maybe we can tell the magic guy.
How old is Lena?
Lena is. I stayed at 28 on the sheet, but I'm going to change that to like 24.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to look at you and just say, well, that is you giving the benefit of the doubt to an undead being, which I do not do.
And I'll also, because again, I'm going to. I did this in our previous campaign, and I'm going to do it in this one because again, I prefer this view of things. I am taking the Witcher approach to vampires, and the and liches are somewhat like this. There are a few instances in history, and actually in that discussion, everybody can do a history check.
Okay.
You know, if you're describing, what she might be.
Oh my god.
Well, okay, well then you can explain this to the other two as well. So there are very similarly, like, because I can't remember his name right now, and Rob, you might remember, but like there is that one in the D&D canon, the D&D lore, there's like one drow that is considered to be that he was a good guy essentially, and
Oh
all
yeah,
the others.
Dritz Duerden.
Yeah, so similarly, you would have heard stories of a few liches who became liches and were still able to retain enough of their, for lack of a better term, humanity. Whether or not they were human or not is different, but and weren't purely evil, even though what they did to become a lich was, evil magic, so to speak. And the same is true with, it's actually more common, but the same is true with vampires, in that vampires are a higher, like, they're considered undead, but they aren't created in the same way. And they are,
Don't they also like retain like knowledge and stuff like that?
well, yeah, and because vampires aren't, um I mean, they're not mindless undead, and they are also, in your studies, many people believe that vampires are not even from this plane of existence, and that they are essentially almost like alien creatures that So they're not undead in the in
Is
that
that where like
traditional sense.
Shadowfell comes in?
Yeah, I mean that type of thing where they're almost like a race unto themselves. They are considered undead because they do not die.
Mm-hmm.
But and there are, I mean, generally, um, they would be considered evil, in the traditional sense. But I also, and with the Nat 20, I'm going to give you all this information. Um, I'm taking the Witcher approach is that there are different levels of vampire. So there are the higher vampires, the elder vampires that are the ones that you think of in our sort of like lore, like in real life lore, I guess, of the intelligent beings, very humanoid in that sense, very smart, all that kind of stuff. And then there are lesser vampires, which are much more bestial, and actually look much more bestial and have sort of like bat-like features and are much more like monsters, in that sense. And they don't appear to be humanoid, and they are ruled by instinct and things like that. And they're still considered vampires, but like Ekimara is uh, one of the creatures, and I'll post a picture of an Ekimara in Discord. Um, but yeah, so like it's very much a different scenario to what you would consider the
Bestial.
bestial thing. So in vampires, they're the higher vampires at the very least are not inherently, I suppose would be the best way to say. They're not like 100% evil at all times. They do tend to be viewed that way because of the
How they survive.
right. But even the higher vampires, not all of them even require blood to sustain themselves either. But yeah, I mean, like they're. I'm not saying that the vampires are good guys because they're not. It's
Mhm.
just that the higher vampires are. It's not a given. I'll say that they're evil. So
That may matter to the other two. To
well,
to
yeah. I mean,
Evar. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Even though I would like to, because I don't want to die. Oh God.
I mean, and you're travelling with a half drow who comes from a society of slavery and assassination.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 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 Yep.
Lena's Lena.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look at them and I'm just gonna. I do not know. Well, actually, would I ever have encountered vampires in like any sort of expeditions or training or anything like that?
I would say you probably like. I just posted the picture of an Ekimara.
Yeah.
I would say that you had probably run across things like that. So lesser vampires, and
So
even
not like the intelligent
yeah, you probably
wolf
would have
like
never had a conversation with them. But I'll say the closest you would have come to would be I guess you would call them like vampire thralls. So they do appear to be humanoids, and there's kind of a I don't remember what they're called. And I have sure they're in the monster manual.
Oh, like the ones who have been turned and
Yeah, vampire
like
spawn, I
strengthened
believe.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think in 5e, vampire spawn is
Okay.
what they're called. But yeah, like so the sort of humanoids that had been turned by vampires.
Okay.
So you would have probably come across some of those, but even they are much closer to your your other undead because they
Okay.
don't retain as much of their humanity, and they're
Okay.
not they're a bit smarter and they're than like a zombie or something, but they wouldn't be just walking around on their own in you know out in society with no big deal like a higher vampire would.
Okay. And just because I crit, I am going to just see if I would know. do I have any reasonable thought that if this is what I think it may be, we would have any chance in fighting it?
Nope.
Well, if you believe that she's a vampire, or if you believe that she's a lich, no.
Yeah, okay. Oh god, now I need
Well,
to
I
fucking
would say if you believe her to be a lesser vampire, maybe. If you believe her to be a
an
higher
elder.
vampire or an elder vampire, definitely not. And if she's like a lich,
It
probably
is
even
game
less
over.
so.
Yeah. But the question is, does my god oh my god. Oh,
If you go up to her and smite her, we're not with you.
Yep.
I know. Oh my god. Can we just retcon that I never did the divine sense?
Nope, you have to deal with it. You gave us the lesson on
Holy
vampires.
shit. Holy shit.
Well, I mean, there's another thing that you could do. I'm metagaming my own game here, but like
Yep.
Sorn, do you still have detect magic?
I do.
So another thing that you could do upon learning this is that if he's stating that given those two options, you could probably confirm what she is, because if it's a lich, they would be using magic to mask what they look like. A vampire wouldn't do that because they wouldn't need to. That's just how they look.
Well, would you like me to confirm what she is?
You can do that.
Well, depending on if she's casting magic or not, will determine whether she's a lich or a vampire.
Oh, so somewhat as you can make yourself look differently.
Correct.
You'd be able to tell if it was a similar spell.
Yes, a lich would require a disguise.
Well, if you believe you can do it without her knowing, yes, I would much appreciate it.
If you just give me 10 minutes to cast the
Perhaps
spell.
we
We're in the
can
tavern.
go into the tavern.
We're already in the tavern.
Okay. Can we get a room real quick then before he starts just casting out in the open?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I'll get a room.
2 gold.
Yep. I have no gold.
I'll take it out of the loot pile.
Okay. And we'll just go in there and I will sit. I'll look to Lee. Like he is on a whole new level of paranoid right now. He's gonna look to you, Lena, like, well, if you could keep a look out the window, make sure no one's watching us. I'll keep a look on the door and make sure no one comes in.
Oh, okay. And she just kind of goes and stares out the window and then glances back at him and then looks forward again.
There's a mixture of like anger, fear, hatred. Like that has no idea what's going on, but he knows something is gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast.
So you'll have to nonchalantly try and walk over to you. She's probably 30 feet further away from you at this point, that you'd have to go and like get closer to her.
We can head outside and just look around the central square again.
Now, I don't know much of arcane. She should not be able to sense that you are looking for magic, right?
This spell lets me look for general magic, not concentrated magic.
Well, perhaps best to come up with some excuse, just in case she can tell.
Well, if she could tell, she would have been able to tell that I looked differently.
Or she just did not care about that. But I will follow your lead. And he kind of looks at you too and just says, and I understand that this is not your fight. So, whatever happens, no hard feelings.
None from me. Shall we continue?
And he just nods and he keeps his hand on his sword hilt and he's just walking around with, or like 5 steps behind Sorn.
Yes.
And actually, as a quick aside, I was just looking back through my note, and I'll go back to my going through my notes. So, as far as the vampires are concerned, with your 23 in history, there are other vampires that are not considered like the higher vampires. Um, there are they're called Alps and Bruxas, um, and they are generally females, and they are actually shapeshifters, so they can make themselves look normal when they aren't. I don't know if that would be considered. I think it would be. Yeah, I think it would be because
It would still be an illusion, right?
I believe it would still be considered like um, for the purposes of 5e. I believe it would still be considered like a polymorph spell. So I think that those would still be applicable.
I mean, if that's the case, you could probably just count it as an extremely faint aura of, say, transmutation or illusion. Like, I'd have to concentrate on it.
Yeah, so just as the reason I bring it up is the idea that like if you do detect magic, it wouldn't necessarily mean that it was a lich. It could also still be a vampire. However, doing that, you do not detect any magic from her.
Well, it doesn't appear to be a lich, so it seems vampire. How about this? We can go down into the crypts for now. We can deal with some undead there. If you still wish to pick a fight with her afterwards, go at it.
He kind of looks at you with like wide open eyes between you and Lena. Pick a fight. Do you think I have a death wish?
Well, the way you described it, yes.
Yes, I was assuming that she would be able to sense your magic and attack. I was trying to tell you to protect yourselves, but if I have a chance, this is much, much more than I will be able to handle alone. I'm going to need to send for help.
Well, again, let's not go start picking a fight then. Agreed?
No. Yes, this is very agreed.
Well, you're very different than Bjorn.
I don't think even lesser intelligent folks would pick a fight with a being like that.
Lena just glances at Sorn.
Well, you remember the dwarf we are talking about, correct?
Yes.
Bjorn wished to kill the dwarf for merely ignoring him in a tavern.
I suppose there are different levels to stupidity.
It's possible.
I'm just again sorry. I don't mean to keep doing this, but like I was just going through my notes as you guys were talking, so like looking at all the stuff that I have. So just keep going back to your nat 20 on your history and your intelligence here. One other thing that you would know about higher vampires is that you can't kill them. In fact, the only recorded way that anyone has ever heard or seen to kill a higher vampire is by another higher vampire. Essentially, they're the only ones that can kill.
It's just like a diamond breaking a diamond.
Yeah, it's like no mortal can kill a higher vampire. Only one higher vampire can kill the other, and they have a very and a lot of this is surrounded in myth because you know there aren't from what people have been able to ascertain there aren't that many of them, and there don't appear to be new ones. So the ones like higher vampires like came from another plane. Why they haven't left is a mystery, and
So
they
there's no
all
more like elders there. They sometimes create like new ones, but
well
they
yeah
don't
there
really
may
make it very far.
well there may be other vampires that are created by the higher vampires, but like the higher vampires themselves are like again they're more of like a race unto themselves, and
So would
they
I
don't.
know like is it kind of like elder meaning like just like is it elder in the sense of like the longer that they are vampires the more powerful they get, or is it kind of just like they are the originals?
It's a little bit of both in that like the majority of like the Ekimaras and like some of the other like the Bruxes and the Alps and things like that, those are more monsters and they're not created by the higher vampires at all. They are it's almost like it's a uh they're they're not really even the same thing. They're just all called vampires even though they're not, because like they do have like that sort of thirst for blood, and so it was almost like they took like, well, here's some things that are similar, and then they just sort of lump them all together. But the elder and the higher vampires are not like in any way like a direct line to these lesser like
Okay.
bestial sort of creatures. um but they are like there are no new like again they came from another place, and they don't like you don't
It's not
even
like
if
there's more coming right now.
there's not any more there. Yeah, there's there and you can't become one, I guess.
Okay.
So like if a vampire takes a thrall, like that person will never become an elder vampire. Like that's just not how it works.
Okay.
It would be like saying like an elf bites a human and they become an elf. Like it doesn't happen. Like
Okay.
that's not what it is, that they are.
All right. Um, yeah. So Ivar is going to look to these two and just, well, I do not know how good of an idea it is to go looking for a fight when there's a being that powerful around.
If it, as a side note, um, the I'm not using this. I found one. It's somebody took like Witcher monsters and like turned them into 5e,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not using this exactly because there's some dumb things on here like um, they do the whole cliche like they have no reflection thing, which is dumb, and I'm not going to do that. But if you kill one, you get 50,000 XP.
Okay. Level
So
9, here we come. Yeah, he's just going to look at you two and just say, if forbid something were to happen, we should all be at full strength with the hope of just surviving.
Well, like I said, we can go into the crypts, investigate, and we can always come back up to the inn and rest.
Beings like her do not rest. That is my fear. I would much rather leave now.
Well, I don't think that she's going to cause an issue in this town right now. I mean, she's been helping for the past several days, and obviously she doesn't know that we know what she is, so I say we
Yeah.
do the job that we were sent to do, and then we can head out.
These beings have their own motives. She is not here to help the people of this place. There is no chance that is her reason for being here.
So, you just assume she's evil and going to kill everyone, correct?
No. The evil part, yes. She has no reason to kill everyone here.
Well, clearly I must be evil then.
No, you're not an undead being.
No, but I come from a race who enslaves and assassinates.
My god was a mercenary in his human times. There is nothing wrong with doing what needs to be done. There is something wrong with the undead.
Yes, but today is not that undead problem. It's a different one.
Larger problems trump smaller problems.
I'm going to add a couple other things to this as well. Sorn, you would have never seen any, but you would know that there are some higher vampires that reside in the Underdark.
Yeah, I would just assume so with what the Underdark is.
Right, and just as a place for them to live without fear, essentially. And again, I'm gonna give this to you, Ivar, with your nat 20, and I'm gonna read this actually. So, the higher vampires being unique individuals. So while they are feared and shunned in most cultures, not all higher vampires are dangerous to humans, as some may live a life that helps humanoids, or they may avoid them in general. But as intelligent beings, their morality depends entirely on their personality and beliefs. And many higher vampires do not drink blood.
Yeah, he 100% prejudice. Undead,
Yeah.
fuck it. It does not matter to him. They might be fucking Mother Teresa. It does not matter to him.
And so so while they're not forced to drink blood to survive, many sort of look down on humans as like an alcoholic looks at a bottle of whiskey. It's sort of the thing that it's like, I'm avoiding this. It would be good, but I got to stay away from it. But there was a book called Human Husbandry and Care, which was a book describing the herding of humans that shaped the sort of vision and of the public against vampires. So it's one of those, almost like a propaganda type of book that just was not entirely based in fact, but it was just like people read it and decided that it created prejudice against the vampires. However, some vampires actually do cultivate herds and enslave humans to feed on them.
Yep.
But yeah,
Yep.
it's kind of that that meme now is like, not all not all vampires.
Yeah. It's like the not every man with a mustache is a pedophile, but every pedophile is a man with a mustache.
Right, exactly.
Well, I know one way we could try and sort this out.
Yes.
And someone's just going to walk over to her.
I immediately put my hand on his shoulder to try to physically stop him.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
It might. I have decent strength. I mean, I'm going to try to grapple him to stop him, I guess.
So I guess do a strength check versus a dexterity saving throw.
I mean, so you're trying to put your hand on my shoulder to stop me?
Yeah.
While I'm disguised self? Or
Yep.
where I can change my physical height?
You never said you did, so I'm assuming you kind of look the same size-wise.
So what was it? Athletics versus acrobatics?
Or just a dexterity saving throw. Just
I don't know who wins a tiebreaker in this kind of situation.
Take the secondary dice.
yeah, 21 and 24. That's fine. I mean, I would say unless you're like physically trying to tackle him, then I would give Sorn the advantage on a tie.
Okay. Fair enough. And I wasn't. I was trying to like grab his shoulder or arm.
Yeah, and I mean, at that, I think that like the tie would be you grab a hold of him and you kind of get a bit of his robe, and he just kind of slips out. You're not able to grab hold of his shoulder. And
I immediately turn and walk away as fast as I can.
Okay.
And I try to. I look at Lena as we're walking, and I just look at her and I say, "He's going to get himself killed. Come."
Then I would rather help him. Well, or pull him away from whatever he's doing, I guess. But I really don't think that she's going to be an issue in this case. I mean, I've tried to keep my prejudice down with magic and religion and stuff, and hopefully this will be the same case.
He walks away.
Lena doesn't go up to Maeve, but she does keep an eye on Soren.
I will, as I'm walking by. Where do you keep your gun?
It's on a holster under her cloaks.
Is it like on your thigh? Is it on your like waist?
Waist.
Okay, yeah. He just pats you and finds it and casts a magic weapon on it and keeps walking.
Yep, she'll watch him go and then look back at Soren.
And Soren, I mean, at this point, as they were having that conversation and doing all that, you probably would have been halfway to her by now. So,
And just for one last clarification, I want to walk behind a building and kind of just stop and keep peeking around to keep look. I'm not like fully leaving. I'm just trying to get the fuck out of there for if there's an initial blow up segment.
yeah, I mean, you can get like onto the side to the end.
Perfect. So yeah, I want to be able to keep a watch of what's happening, but I do not trust it enough to be near it.
Are you ever gonna play a character that's not completely like suspicious of everything?
Dude, what Celeborn? I can't not be suspicious of undead.
I'm just giving you crap. Just funny because
no.
I mean it was like because that was always like
No, Richter was
Richter
always
was the
scared
same way.
of becoming it.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, so Soren, you can see that she's over there just kind of having a conversation with one of her associates.
I'll walk on over and... excuse me, can I have another moment of your time, please?
You can see that she kind of sort of nods at you and then finishes what she's saying to the person that she was speaking with, and kind of walks to the side of you, just sort of like walking, taking you a little bit away from the rest of the her mercenaries, and just kind of like moving a little closer to the fire, basically, and sort of just looks at you expectantly.
And I'm going to drop this guy's self.
Okay. She does not appear to be taken aback by that.
From your response, I figured as much. Unfortunately, the gentleman I was travelling with happened to sense something about yourself.
And you can see that she just kind of raises an eyebrow.
Now, don't worry, I hold no prejudice, especially not here. But he seems to have it in his mind that you're going to probably murder everyone. I assume that's not the case?
You can see that she, as soon as you say that, she just smiles really big and kind of chuckles. No, I have no intention of killing anyone.
I figured as much. So, vampire, I assume?
She just sort of like, she sighs a little bit and says, something like that.
Because you're not giving off any magic for transformation, so Lich seems unlikely.
Definitely not one of those abominations.
Well, again, unfortunately, my friend seems to have it in his mind that your kind, unfortunately, use of words. My apologies. Are an abomination. I'm just here to kill some zombies, roaming undeads. I have no qualm with you.
Nor I with you, though I would say that his kind and their ilk are nearly as abominable as those they despise. So, I do share his distaste for the undead.
I assume that's primarily one of the reasons you're here, correct? Hunting something a bit more than undead?
Well, me and my fellows are certainly hunters, though I do tend to focus on hunting those that, as you say, are my kind.
Well, I would offer my assistance with anything like that, but unfortunately, I do not believe I would be of much use.
And she sort of smiles and kind of a when you're like talking to a little kid, she's like, well, that help would have been appreciated, but I assure you it's not necessary.
Well, thank you for talking with me. I have no intentions of revealing your secret or identity to anyone else here. I just thought it would be prudent to inform you of people knowing of you.
Oh, I'm not too worried about people finding out what I am. My whole purpose is to change the perception, and part of the reason that I hunt those that give the rest of us a bad name.
Well, every species has their bad eggs, so I won't hold it against you.
Well, I'm sure you're quite understanding of the prejudices that this world can put upon people, being what you are.
Agreed. So, all I can do at this stage is wish you good hunting.
Same to you.
Good day. I'll head back over to Lena.
Everything seems like it went well.
Yes. She confirmed what she is and what she's generally hunting.
And I'm assuming it's not us.
No. Humanoids are not on the menu. She's hunting her own kind.
Oh, then that's good.
Yes, like yourself, I'm generally not going to assume she's evil or trying to kill everything.
Well, guess that's all now settled. Hopefully, we can go do the job that we were sent here to do.
Preferably, where did the zealot go?
He went back towards the inn.
I suppose we should try and pick him up if he's willing to continue.
Yep, hopefully he is. He seems like he'll be rather useful dealing with undead.
Agreed, but I don't think he quite appreciated me talking to a vampire.
Hopefully he accepts that everything is okay right now. I mean, can't exactly fight her, and she seems like a nice lady.
Oh, she was quite cordial.
Yeah, then let's go grab him and hope for the best.
Agreed. It's nice to see at least you don't run off at the first sign of horror.
Well, I'm trying not to judge things by first seeing them. I mean, I've learned so much about magic and religion and how all those things kind of work, and I guess we can add undead vampire things to the mix.
Well, it's the same as with everything. There's always good and bad people everywhere.
Hmm.
On another side note, because again, they're not dead things that have become undead. All higher vampires appear to be humans. There are no elves or dwarves or anything like that. Their appearance is of humans.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy trying to describe that conversation to the religious zealot.
Well, think about that as we take a quick break, and I'm going to go grab a drink.
Alrighty.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go feed my cat.
See, I want to know if Mike's already rolling up a third character.
Could be.
Very possible at this moment.
I just think it's great because I was like, yeah, it's going to be a combat focused game. And then 2 hours later, we haven't killed anything because fucking paladins are like, hey, I wonder if there's anything around.
Excuse me while I give you this history lesson on vampires.
exactly.
So funny.
I was like, yeah, I don't want to sit here and tell you all about lore. Oh, wait, here's a bunch of lore about vampires.
Yeah, I had the assumption as soon as you mentioned vampires that he was going to play her along those lines. Because I'd very much doubt you'd have a bloodthirsty, insane vampire just stood in the middle of a town.
Yeah. I had intended to eventually reveal what she was, but it was going to be much later on in the campaign.
Well, she knows she's kind of got a non-enemy in Sorn.
I'm back.
Yeah, we were just discussing the fact that like this was supposed to be a combat focused session, and then 2 hours later, because of goddamn paladins, it's
Yeah.
like, hey, here's a lore drop on vampires.
Well, I mean, here we go. This is the description of my god. As a result of deep respect for life and death, he held undead in the uttermost contempt. I have no choice.
But again, the way that in this world, like I hesitate to call the higher vampires, or what I would almost consider like calling them true vampires, are not really. I mean, they're almost more of a form of immortal beings rather than undead in the general sense, because it's
Mhm.
not like because as far as the way that I'm interpreting this for our world is that vampires, the higher vampires at least, are not creatures that died and came back. It's that their physiology is the same in that sense that they don't have beating hearts and that they don't. So to on the prime material plane, they would be seen as undead, and your magic would recognize them as undead, but they've never been dead. Like that this is just what they are. So like the thralls, the vampiric thralls would be undead in that they would be killed by the vampire and then brought back to a state of undeath. But the elder vampires have never been dead creatures that came back to life or came back to undeath or unlife, however you want to describe it. This is just what they are. So it's they're different. They're very different from.
Would it have
And
even been like taught differently in my temples and stuff, or would
I,
they have still been undead?
I think that whether or not they would have, I mean, I think it's fair to say that you still may have had the prejudice involved, but you would have the recognition that they are not. They're certainly not the same thing, and that they're not zombies or ghouls
Oh yeah.
or and that first of all they're much more dangerous, but they would almost be, again, they're almost like aliens. Like they're beings from another plane of existence, and they're not creatures that had died in this world and came back to life. So I mean, like, the only thing that would muddy the waters is that um clerics and paladins, when would use that their magical abilities, vampires would register as undead because they don't have, like I said, they don't have beating hearts. They're not alive, so to speak, but they can't be killed, and they've never been dead. So it's a weird sort of thing. So I mean, the other thing that about it is, even in this the conversion from The Witcher to 5e, all of the other vampires, and there are, I only told you about 3, the Alps, the Bruxes, and the Ekimars, but there's like 10 more. All of the other um, vampires are considered chaotic evil. The higher vampires, the true vampires, are any alignment. So I mean, the way that I'm, again, just as to sum it all up, I mean, for our world, the true vampires are near basically just almost like a race of people from a different plane. There are, I would say that they are, um, though they may not view it themselves, to everybody else, the fact that there are some of them that do kill people and do drink their blood, um, there may be a disproportionate number of them that would be viewed as evil, but they are, again, not all evil. And even the higher vampires themselves, the fact that there's one standing in front of you is a extremely rare occurrence.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if she went on a rampage in Barriena, she'd probably kill everyone and not struggle.
Yeah. I mean, just uh, as a quick on their stat blocks on the conversion, the lowest score they have is a 22.
Nice.
They're also super fast. They have blind sight. They have a passive perception of 31. So yeah, I mean,
But I mean, just for my guys, like his way of thinking, it still would have been taught to him. These are undead. Undead are unacceptable, right?
I would say more than anything, you probably would have been taught that these are almost mythological creatures. No one that you ever knew or had learned from or had met in the temples had ever met an actual or come in contact, at least as far as they knew, a higher vampire. So I wouldn't even wouldn't even be surprised to say that like there wasn't a whole lot taught about them in the sense of that they may have been viewed as either extinct or just so rare that they wouldn't have spent much time talking about them. You would have learned a whole lot more about the other vampires. So
Like the
again, the Bruxa,
feral ones.
yeah, the Alps, the Bruxas, the Egimaras.
Because I'm just trying to think if there's any way my guy would not have that. Like, because the way I take Kalimvor, it's undead needs to be destroyed. So I don't know how to take it as him myth. Like, it's weird.
I mean, I think that I don't think it's I don't think it would be too much of a stretch, even as a follower of Kellenborg, to be able to make the distinction of these of a higher vampire or true vampire versus the others. Every other type of vampire, 100% kill it on sight no matter what. But these are again these aren't beasts. They're not, because I think that like the thing that like you would be taught a lot about is that the undead are mindless creatures generally controlled by some other terrible person, like a necromancer or a lich or whatever, or they're just unlucky and like with the in the dead fields and the storms and magic brought them back.
Well, we also don't know exactly what kind of vampire this is, so my guy's just like, I mean, I don't know if it's a leap for him to think that this is just an undead. He had the sense. I don't know.
I mean, I would say the Alps and the Bruxes, which are always they're always appear to be females at the very least. You would be aware that they can change their shape to appear normal, but that is a magical spell. So you would know. Sorn confirmed that she's not casting magic. So yeah, I mean, in the discussion, I mean, she didn't specifically state she was an elder vampire or true vampire, but Sorn didn't ask her that either. So
Don't think Sorn cared.
no.
Sorn was more like, this thing can probably kill me. I'll be polite.
I'll have to write down a list of all of them because there's like 10 different vampires. But again, most of them are, with exception of the three, the Alps, the Bruxes, and the true vampires, they all appear to be monstrous. And all of them but the true vampires are 100% evil.
Well, Ivar, are you gonna keep hiding?
He kind of just looks at you.
You can go and talk to her if you wish. She won't bite.
He just shakes his head and no.
She has no interest in us, and we are here to do a job. Would you care to come with us to complete our job, or are you going to skulk in the corner?
We can do this job.
Very well. So, shall we head off?
Yeah, that sounds great to me.
He just follows you guys.
Then we head towards the crypt, I guess.
Past Maeve as she's standing there.
I
I mean, I'll give her a wave.
Yeah, just nod.
Spit on the ground.
If you kill him, I won't stop you.
She, with her 31 passive perception, she notices that you spit on the ground, but she does not.
Mhm.
She does not do anything about it. Also, I like the. I'm gonna add this, show this to you real quick because I didn't know this is what it was. So that's the symbol of Kellumbor.
Mm-hmm. A skeletal hand holding scales. In the order I'm part of, the Knights of the Eternal Order, which is just the paladins that follow Kellumbor, they are dedicated to learning about and destroying the undead. So I am in a very tough spot right now.
Well, I mean, and again, like the main, even if you have decided that, you know, even though you're on the same side because she's actually wanting to hunt undead as well. If you
That's
decide,
if I believe her.
well, I mean, you could do a insight check. But
Oh, he
I
has
didn't
no
talk to her.
intention of believing her. His bias is too strong, I think.
But yeah, the you would know at the very least that if you were, there's no way that you would be able to, even the three of you, would be able to do anything with her.
Mhm. His thinking right now is he's going to go along with this job, make sure these two don't get killed, and then make a decision.
Well, it's even better because like Kellumbor, one of the people he hates the most is Talona. So man, him and Ayla would have been best of friends.
Mhm.
How does he feel about Lolth?
About what is Lolth? She is the Spider Queen.
Yep.
Yeah, Drow.
The relationships my God has. He was friendly with Midnight. He opposed Velsharoon. He still against everything. Talona, he was against. He was an ally of Lathander. And I've never heard of this guy before. Sahinine Moonbrow.
I mean, a lot of that stuff. There's so much
Yeah.
crap in the. That's why I didn't use the full pantheon from the Forgotten Realms because it's just gotten out of hand. So I just picked the few that I found found interesting. So, I mean, for the most part, like we can take those as cues, but they don't have to be like we don't have to follow it all directly because I mean, some of it's just ridiculous. But I
Yeah,
don't
he
think he
followed
would
up
have been.
some really evil gods of death.
I mean, because Lolth is the goddess of the drow, spiders, darkness, chaos, evil, and assassination.
Mhm.
So they probably.
But there's
wouldn't-
nothing unnatural about that, so
No,
he's
I mean,
not really a big against it.
aside from like the fact that she's evil and Kellenbor's not, like he probably wouldn't have been best friends with her, but he wouldn't like have specifically like had a problem like he would with like Talona or
Like the previous undead gods, it says he's the most recent, but I mean it was like Cyric and Mirkul and like yeah, the ones before him were awful.
yeah. Well, Cyric is actually in our pantheon. Is Nassar, also called Cyric? He's the god of murder, lies, intrigue, strife, deception, and illusion. But he was previously
Hmm.
the god of the dead.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Yeah.
and you would know that though most vampires are not religious, if you that those vampires that do worship a god tend to worship Shar.
Yep.
And it's partially because Shar has some dominion in the Shadowfell. So I'll say one other thing that you guys would have learned in just sort of your discussions with, I think I made mention of this before, but just to kind of reiterate it. So with your discussion previously with Garland and some of your discussions around the town now, that the tunnels that you're going into, Garland believed that they would eventually lead to out into the dead fields. He believed that there was a possibility that you could even get to some of the to the ruined cities. But additionally, the tunnels, this would be considered more of the middle dark area, and the places that you're specifically going into were often used by smugglers and the like.
All the fun places.
So you go down into the crypt, and you can see that at the back of this crypt, there is essentially like a hole punched into the back of the wall, and you can see that there is a fairly long tunnel that is stretching out behind there. Assuming this is probably where the smugglers had dug into the tunnel cave system in the back to smuggle. You can see that there are even some spots on the walls where you could hang like torches and stuff to see. But as you go through there, it's probably maybe 300 feet this tunnel going back, and you see that as you're getting further and further in, there doesn't appear to be any light. But you get to the end of this tunnel, and then you kind of open up into a much larger area. And then I'm going to move you guys to our map. And this is a big map, so you guys are going to go to the bottom left-hand side of it. But it's big, so it'll.
Well, the real question is did our token save? Are we gonna have vision?
Yep.
Yes.
And I'm just going to go ahead and turn on our combat music for now, just to have it going. Have to keep.
Well,
'Cause
not
like we were saying,
Ivar, but the player Mike almost just had a heart attack. Spider.
that is
It looks like a pot, like a.
it's a pot with like it's not lit, but there's a fire. It's like a pot over fire. you can see that there was somebody that was down here, and in front of you, you can see some like wine casks. You can see that this general area here appears to be where smuggling goods are currently housed.
All right. Well,
All of this stuff appears to be somewhat, I won't say new, but it's not like ancient or anything either. So these have been used somewhat recently. Whether that means 5 years or not is up to interpretation, but it's not ancient.
okay. Well, as we walk in, I grip my holy symbol, and since I know I can't stealth, I'm going to ruin the campaign again. Do I sense any undead?
Basically casting it like a go fuck yourself DM.
60 feet.
Yes.
Okay.
Lots of it. Lots and lots of undead.
Okay. Yep. He's going to not even say anything. Just pull out his shield and sword. And which direction was it coming from? Like there or there?
Both.
Okay.
North and east.
Okay. And he's just going to start moving with his sword and shield out.
Could I just investigate this area quickly?
Yep.
Are you like asking him that, or were you asking the DM?
No, I was asking the DM if you want to run
Okay.
off, run off.
Yeah, my guy's not waiting for you.
I'm quite
He is
literally
pissed at
looking
you
for
right
a
now.
piece of obsidian.
Well, if you asked Lena for help, she would have helped you.
Sure. Lena, could you help? I'm looking for a tiny black rock.
Think she found one.
Huzzah!
So over in to the area to the west here, there's like a little rise, and there's some stuff back there. So roll a D100. We'll see what you find over here.
Oh, I can see that.
See what?
Oh no, it was his token moving. I saw something over here.
Oh. All right, so these are going to be 2-step rolls. So Lena, roll a d12. All right, so over in this, and there's like a chest there. You find 21 gold pieces and 8 silver pieces.
She will hand that off to Soren. Add it to the group
And
pot.
Then
So how much was it?
21 gold and 8 silver.
And then Soren, roll a d12. All right. I'm just going to copy and paste this into, because I don't want to read all this, and I don't expect you to. I'm going to put this in the loot. So you find a bright blue piece of lapis lazuli and some green azurite, but no obsidian.
God damn it.
So you did find some rocks. That was good.
Yeah, fuck it, it's better than nothing. I mean, I'll post it in roll 20 what I'm looking for the obsidian for.
What was that, your AoE?
Yeah, that's the AoE. That's a 20-foot.
But didn't you But didn't you already find another component pouch that you took from the temple or tower?
No, I basically got the ability to copy some.
I know, but
scrolls.
when we were walking through the tower, you took a component pouch.
Yeah, you did. You did find that. Yeah, I'll say you could have gotten it from Remus's tower.
Oh, thank God! I don't. I don't have that many material component spells.
Yeah, I don't think Remus could have definitely. If you didn't just find one, we can retcon that you asked it for him because that's not a big deal.
Well, I don't need to worry about
The
it.
only other thing you find in your investigation, you can see that this does appear to be wine that has leaked out on the floor in front of you here, but you see some like footprints going off to the west as something walked through the wine.
I think that's the way Ivar was heading.
Eeyore was going the other direction.
Oh.
Well, let's keep with him. Should we stay quiet?
Yeah, we can try.
You guys can honestly probably still hear him just walking, like clunking around.
All right. Well, at this point, go ahead and roll initiative.
Ooh. What the fuck is that picture? And real quick, how long ago would would Soren have had his conversation with Maeve?
Ooh, that's nice.
Maybe half an hour ago.
Okay, so I would still have my magic weapon cast on her for another half hour. So I'll just do this. Okay.
So basically, this is looks like a two-headed dog. I hate Roll20 so freaking much. I don't understand how it can be so terrible. Why is it so difficult to open character sheets? Like that's like what this whole thing is supposed to be about. Like, why is it so freaking slow when you click on character sheets?
Especially with how much money they make off subscriptions and stuff.
I just don't understand at all how it can be so bad.
This session, we should definitely blame Ivar for the vampire lesson. That's why it's taking so long to load a sheet.
Yeah. He will take that with pride. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna just move mine to a 15, just because I'm pretty sure Lena has higher dex than me, so she would be going first anyway.
Well, as you come around that corner, this thing comes bounding at you.
Yay.
All right, so what's your AC?
18.
All right, so this bites at you with both heads. You see the first one coming, and you're able to sort of deflect that a little bit. The second one hits you.
All right.
Which is a 20 to hit. And you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 14 plus, because I have this now. Plus my 3. So it'll be a 17.
You must be conscious to grant this bonus. All right, so you just take 6 points of piercing damage.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Do I take half damage from whatever I saved?
That's what I was trying to read. Oh no. So no, you do not suffer any effects.
Okay. And I also have to roll again because concentration. Plus 3 would be only a 9, so you have no more magic weapon.
Okie dokie.
All right.
Gotta love it. Shit.
Soren, you're up.
I'll just casually saunter forward.
You would hear growling and barking and
Well, that's 20 feet. $25. And yeah, I have no intentions of walking up to that, so I will cast Poison Spray. That's just bad damage.
it saves the saving.
Do they take damage on a save or not? No,
Doesn't
no
look like it.
damage.
Well, I'll take a step back.
All right. Lena, you're up.
10, 5, 10. Yep, I guess from there she will take 2 shots. Let's play sharpshooter and see what happens. And this is with the silver bullets because she had 2 of them still in there from the previous fight.
Okay.
And 1 regular.
Yeah, both of those hit, and that's 27 points of damage, which is ridiculous.
Yay!
You rolled a 3 on damage and did 18.
Yeah, it's because of sharpshooter.
That is insanity.
So these things howl, and yes, that is loud as shit in here. It is ringing all of your ears at this point. So, Eva, it is your turn.
Slice, slice. A 15
That hits.
and a 15. On the second one, I don't know if it's undead or not, but I'm going to put a first level Divine Smite into it for an extra 6. It'll be extra 9 if it is undead. So.
Hold on. Let me see. So it doesn't say how long your Divine Sense lasts. Oh, until the end of your next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I don't see if you could tell if this thing was undead. But actually, 13 points of damage is actually enough to kill it.
All right.
Well, it seems we've just lost the elements of surprise, Lena.
I don't think I can ever have the element of surprise. Unless I use my rapier.
Can I look at this thing at all after we've killed it to see if I could tell if it's undead, like just by like looking?
Yep.
What would it be like? Intelligence, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Ooh, not very good.
I mean, it doesn't look like the body doesn't appear to rotting or anything. That's about all you can tell.
Yeah. Right. He kind of just looks over his shoulder, sees they're both there, and like nods his head forward and starts moving again.
And Lena's gonna stick 2 bullets in her pistol.
I'll just keep an eye out around the room, just constantly watching.
Do a perception check.
13.
Soren, you hear stuff from behind you now.
It seems we're going to get company from behind.
Well, that's good to know.
Ivar will move his way back around and get into a defensive stance.
If you guys want to prepare attacks, you'd probably be able to at this point.
Yeah, I'll prepare a chill touch.
Lena will prepare a pistol.
I will. I mean, I'll prepare, I'll get ready to swing in case anything runs up to me, but I don't have any sort of range to prepare.
Yeah, I currently have up to 240 feet.
Well, you guys are actually perfect distance away from me because you're both in my get my charisma bonus from saving throws.
Yay.
Somehow I still failed my Constitution save.
All right, so you can hear some like groaning and moving coming out from the directions you came ahead, and everybody do another initiative roll. And then as this first thing comes out, I will give Lena and Soren the attempt to do what you want. If you're prepared.
So,
Yeah, if it's undead, it would also have disadvantage on its next attack.
That's if it even gets to attack with you two hitting it.
Probably be dead before I can even get the character sheet open.
Yeah, considering this is going to be a hour version of a dungeon crawl, I am trying for spell preservation.
I'm still decent with I kind of have no concept of spell preservation on this guy just because
Undead.
I always feel like, well, no, I always feel like, I can always just use my lay on hand. So it's like I don't need to worry about healing spells as much, so I can just kind of use smite and everything. But it's just that's probably not a great idea all the time.
I mean, for myself, if I was just focusing on my signature spell, I've got 6 combats of it. So,
Yeah, true.
but I'd rather not just throw it all out there immediately.
And then Lena has her once per combat where she could freaking go Super Saiyan.
I don't know why. I feel like necrotic damage should not hurt an undead creature, but they're not resistant to it for whatever reason.
Yeah, I've never understood that myself.
Especially because they take extra damage from radiant. It's like they're opposites, so kind of doesn't make much sense.
I mean, if you wanted, I could change it to radiant damage if it fit better, but it's kind of a weird one.
Well, I mean, like because the description makes it sound like it would be necrotic, and it's necromancy. So the idea of a ghostly skeletal hand. So that, but like the name of it makes it sound like it should be like cold damage.
I mean, the other option would be you can just say your campaign undead have resistance to necrotic damage.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like that's appropriate. The thing is, though, that even on the character sheets, the undead aren't even listed as being. They don't even have the radiant damage listed as
Like
vulnerable to them.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't know if that's a Roll20 thing or if it's I have the. I don't have the monster manual with me. I just have the DMG. I'll have to look it up later, but I don't know if it's worded.
It's
in
like a
the
Mandela
monster
effect, because
manual.
I swear they have double damage from Radiant.
I mean, that's the whole point of radiant damage, really. But
Well, if that's the case, if we give the undead resistance to necrotic, should I change chill touch to cold, considering it's a chill touch?
let me double check quick. So as it turns out, radiant damage, damaging undead, is from 4th edition. And necrotic damage in 4th edition used to heal undead. In 5th edition, neither of those things are true. It's not mentioned at all in 5th edition. How dumb is that?
Continuity, isn't it great?
I mean, I think they just tried making it as user friendly as
Yeah,
possible.
they did well, and they ever since 3.0, every version has gotten simpler, which is obviously 5e is significantly more popular than any of the other versions, so you can't complain that much in that regard. But I will say, for our purposes, let's do it that way. Necrotic damage is half on undead, and radiant would be double.
Works for me.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the paladin, who will just like wipe everybody out with once you get to higher levels. Well, like the cleric, what was it that like when Pike, I can't remember I remember what her channel divinity was, where she just wiped out an army of skeletons.
Mm-hmm.
Was it just destroy undead?
Yeah.
I think at that level it was like level 1 or lower, like, or challenge rating 1 or lower.
Yeah. So it will take 6 points of damage from that, and God, Roll20's doing that stupid thing where it puts my email address in again. But Lena, go ahead and do yours.
I think
Attack.
she did, didn't you?
Yeah, she did hers right before.
15? Okay, I missed it.
Okay. Would
Alright.
she get 2 pistol shots at that point, or is it just one because it's a surprise round?
It's just one of the for the prepared one, because and
Okay.
that's another thing that technically doesn't exist in 5e either. There is no surprise round in 5e. That's not a thing. It's a thing that Matt Mercer did, but it's actually not in the rules because it used to be in D&D. And I guess I'm going to give away what's behind this guy now that I'm going to roll initiative for all of them.
Surprise, it's Maeve.
You probably could have used her help, huh? But no. Gotta be erased. So, Lena, you get to go again.
Yay. 2 silver bullets at the guy in the back, and let's make the first one sharpshooter. Nope, on the sharpshooter one.
But the second shot does kill this thing.
Yay.
Alright, so that one can't do a whole lot. Here. Here, attempt to attack Evar. All right, and what's your AC again? 18?
Yes.
So that one, which one hits? The second one does not. So make another Constitution saving throw with your bonus, I guess.
All right. 18.
All right, so you take 5 points of slashing damage from its claws.
All right.
This one's gonna come up and try to do the same thing. Ooh, critical hit.
Oh.
The second attack misses, but a critical hit. So let me roll on our table.
Oh God. I was worried about the vampire when I really should have just worried about the zombies.
So
Limp.
Then I can't hold my shield or my sword, so I'd be screwed.
Or you might lose a leg.
True.
So 41 is considered a setback. Let's see. So what type of damage? This is damage. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Not my strong suit. Ooh, never mind. 19.
All right. So had you failed, you would have had your weapon knocked out of your hand.
Okay.
But that was not the only thing. You also take double damage from the attack.
All right.
So you take 22 points of slashing damage.
Alrighty.
And then this one will come up here. And Sorn, it is your turn.
I just need to measure something out. Would you say all of them would be in a 15-foot cone? Or would you say this one's just outside of it?
Let's say the one in the. No, that's probably it. I think they'd all be in it.
Okay. So he's going to step forward next to Ivar. And he's going to rub his hand again on his leg to create some sparks, throw his hand out, and flames are going to erupt. As I cast Burning Hands. I technically cast that at level 3. So that should be an extra 2d6
2d6
damage.
more, yeah.
Yes, 2d.
So 18 points of fire damage.
Alrighty. So they're all looking pretty toasty.
So you need to make a dex save. Apparently it didn't do that automatically on the spell. Yeah, so dex of 15 or take half damage.
That one, 14, 14, 16, and 19. So the two in the back take half damage. Or they take my email address and damage.
I still have no idea what the fuck the reasoning could be behind that.
I have no idea either, and it's just so friggin' weird because it happened it hasn't happened in a long time, but it's happened the past 2 weeks now. I thought they fixed it, but
I've never had that happen to me once. I have no idea what the difference though.
and it's only the first time that I make the change on the token. After I've done it once, then it doesn't happen again. I'm able to just subtract the numbers, but All right.
Yeah, I'm just going to cast that again for a second to see if it's done it correctly on the sheet.
Yep.
Yeah, perfect.
Here you go.
All right, Evar, it is your turn.
All right. Do either of these, like, two in front of me, look more damaged?
The two in front of you definitely look significantly more damaged, yes.
Okay. Then I will go to the one to the bottom left first. Go for a swing at him. 16 for 5 damage, which will probably be halved. So I will pump in a Divine Smite at level 1.
So wait, which one did you attack?
This one first. So that'd be...
So the first hit, actually, the 5 without...
well,
you kill
even
it, so you-
cutting it in half, because it was magical damage.
The undead are not resistant to non-magical damage.
Oh, okay. Then I would not have used that. I'll just use
Yeah.
that Divine Smite on my next attack if I hit.
I mean, do you want my silvered rapier?
He likes longswords. That's what he's trained with. And he sucks at dexterity, so it like wouldn't make much sense for him to use it. But yeah, so so another 1 on damage.
But you still don't need it because they both had 4 hit points left. So you don't need your... you can keep your Divine Smite as well.
Okay, so that is 1 spell slot back.
The joys of
Alright.
setting them on fire.
Yeah. The two in the back look a little bit better because they were further away. I
Saved.
guess.
Yeah, and I'll actually just take 1 step onto this corpse and just stand there to stay in the way of everyone else.
So this one's going to move up here. So 2 more attacks to you.
Yeah.
And misses on both of them. The 10 and a 15.
Thank God.
That one's dead. So Lena, it's your turn.
She will take 2 shots at them. Shot.
Oh my God.
All right, so roll the D100. Not that's going to matter, but we'll just see what the crit does.
Ricochet!
Not even just his head explodes, just the entire zombie explodes.
So yeah, it was a sliced tendon, and it would have been maximum damage. And you got to roll the dice damage again. However, it didn't matter because the 18 killed it to begin with. And then we'll take 7 on the other one. It's still up, but so it would. Why did it do that? All right, so that was dead. All right, so this one will now attempt to attack Ivar again. All right, so make a Constitution saving throw. Misses on the first one, hits on the second.
23.
All right, so you just take 7 points slashing damage.
Okay, he is looking rather hurt.
And that one's dead. Soren, you're up.
Soren will draw his rapier, move to the side of the zombie, and attempt to strike twice.
Wait.
What?
Yeah, that damage is wrong. It looks like your damage is rolling your hit with it. Because it's 6 plus 4 plus 2. What?
3d8 CEF. What is? I don't even know what the heck that is.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the edit of it, and no, it's just got the basic 1d8 plus finesse. So I have no fucking clue what that is.
So just roll it separately. 1d8 plus 4.
Well, he would have done 10 damage on the second one and 5 damage on the first one.
Yeah, 10 and...
Because he rolled a 1 and a 6. So 1 plus 4 and 6 plus 4 is 5 and 10.
All right, so that's enough to kill it. And Lena, what's your AC?
It's 19.
All right, so as you're firing, you feel this big smash on the back of your head, and you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ouch. And she'll yell out, "There's more back here!"
Right, I've just fixed the issue.
All right, so I'm gonna clear this and roll. Everybody roll initiative again.
So what happened was, due to Shadow Blade, like the upcasting gives you extra dice. For some reason, my rapier was rolling the level 7 plus version of Shadow Blade damage.
That is a very strong rapier.
So that would have been an extra 3d8 psychic damage it was rolling.
Actually, you know what? I'll take that if that's the damage it does.
Yeah, for a grand total of 5d8 when I've cast it at 7th level.
All right, Lena, you are up. And if you turn around, you're gonna see a whole lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Disengage. Run away.
She feels okay. She's gonna go there, reload, and then fire at this guy.
Hot damn.
You just need to aim one bullet. Look. Straight through.
No, she doesn't have that.
But you do that one that you shoot at's head explodes and it dies.
Holy shit.
Yeah, hot damn. Maximum damage.
So what I'm getting from this, what we've learned is if Sorn and Ivar ever die or leave or whatever, just play 2 support characters for Lena. That's all we have to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, we definitely don't need any NPC assistance as long as Lena's up.
Jesus Christ.
As long as she hits.
Yeah, but you're like you roll really high to hit too, so. Ooh, but it crit on that one, 23.
Oh no.
But they don't do a whole lot of damage, so we'll see what it gets on his 47. Which I believe is a setback. Yep. And this is bludgeoning damage. It crushed your hand. You have disadvantage on skill checks that rely on your hands or arms until you finish a short rest.
Ouch.
But it's a skill check. It's like if you were trying to unlock a door, so that's not even going to be that big of a deal. But you also take 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
7 points.
I mean, technically,
That's
wouldn't
critical.
it be a skill check to repair a broken gun?
Probably access using tinkering tools.
But is it a check to do that?
Yeah, if you're using tinkering tool check.
Yes, that would be then, yes. You have disadvantage. So just hopefully you're going to...
Hopefully. Yeah, just don't roll in that one.
Alright, so then this one will attempt to attack. And your AC's 19.
Yep.
All right. Well, that one still hits you, but it only does 3 points of damage.
Okay.
All right, Evar, it is your turn.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Can I squeeze in here, or is that like too small of a space?
You could get in there, but I don't think you'd be able to swing. Like, use a longsword? It's slashing
Yeah,
damage.
yeah.
I don't think you'd be able to.
Okay.
You might be
All right.
able to.
Fair enough.
If you're using
Then,
a piercing weapon, you might be able to pierce the one up.
nah,
Try to
yeah.
keep it up.
I'm good with the long. I'll say here then, no advantage, and I swing. Missing. And
A
swing.
9 actually hits. Believe it or not.
Ooh. Okay. So wow. Yeah. So 10 damage on the first one, and then if it doesn't drop, 11 damage on the second.
Already, it is still up, but it is looking pretty messed up.
All right, and I have moved 1, 2, 3. I've moved 20 feet so far, so I will. Yeah, never mind. I'll stay where I am.
The climbing up this, so it's gonna do half movement, but it'll get there. And this one misses you, Lena. It's pretty slow moving. You could see it coming as it was trying to crawl up to you, so you're able to get out of the way of it.
Okay.
So it's your turn.
Just doing measurements. 1 second. Or no, that's not worth it.
This is when you need lightning bolt. Isn't that the one that like goes 30 feet in a straight line?
Yeah, but that's it. That's another materials spell.
Oh, gotcha.
I am going to activate my runes and drop into the blade song. I am going to run here with my foot. Jesus Christ!
It's a zombie horde, right? Like that's just a thing that is in all zombie movies.
Well, I can technically cast this spell right next to me, so I am going to be casting Erupting Earth. I'm going to take out the piece of obsidian, draw a rune in the air, and slam it into the ground. And watch spikes jettison up. In that area.
Okay.
Oh, come on! I mean, the terrain's difficult now, but
They don't move very much anyway. So I'm gonna make dex saves for all these things. All right.
yeah, sorry about that.
I have a -2 to dexterity.
Yeah, but so it's either that half damage but that 20-foot cube is now difficult terrain.
Alright. Yeah, this is the bad part about being like, yeah, I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff. I gotta roll for all of it.
That's when I become a lazy DM, and I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna roll one initiative for every single one of these things. I'm gonna roll one dex save for every single one of these things.
I mean, it probably would have made it easier if I rolled higher than a 2, a 3, and a 2 on 3d12.
Yeah. I mean, an 18 would have been perfectly average for that, and you got a 7, so yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we have Lena.
Gonna sharpshooter everything.
Yeah, she needs just like an AOE like bullet storm.
We just need to hit her a fucking assault, fucking like a LMG.
That would be fun.
All right, one more to go here.
40-round barrel drum.
Got a level one. You roll. You literally roll a 0 because it has a -2.
Well, I'm pretty sure at one point Bjorn rolled a negative on like an thing.
So they're all still standing,
I figured as much.
and it is this one's turn. So it's half speed.
Yes, unless they wish to spend a minute making it not difficult terrain. I'm willing to wait.
Yeah, these are not. They have a -4 to intelligence. They're not going to do that. So I can only move 10 feet, which is all it needs to move. So your AC's 20 now.
It is yes.
All right, so you still get hit on one of these for 5 points of bludgeoning damage. That one can't do anything. That one can't really do anything, but it'll move here. That one's dead. Can't do anything either. I'm already in that one. All right, so that one will attempt to attack you. Miss Lena, it is your turn.
Okay, Lena's gonna do 2 sharpshooters, that guy, and then if that one kills it, then this guy.
So the first one's on this guy?
Yeah, that one.
So what's funny is that like so zombies, which is what you're fighting obviously, have undead fortitude. So if the damage reduces the zombie to 0 hit points, it must make a constitution saving throw of a DC 5 plus the damage taken.
Yeah.
Unless it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to roll.
Just roll a 30.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop complaining. Just roll that 30.
Yeah, and look at the one underneath it.
Yeah. So it makes no difference. And in addition, like if it was radiant damage or if it's a critical hit, then they just go down regardless. But they were like half orcs where they would go to 1 hit point instead. But now
Lena is our anti-zombie arsenal.
Right, and then it was this one below it.
Yeah, the one below it.
Just popping heads over here. All right, well, this one can leak body. This one's gonna come over here, stand on his friend, and Miss Thorn.
So sounds so excited.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wish, I can cast shield and make it 25 for you.
But this one hits Lena for 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then the one next to it will hit you for 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, Lena looks bloody.
And now it is Ivar's.
Like, you look bad?
Not terrible. I'm past halfway.
Okay. Oh, yeah. You're fine then. I'm way past halfway. Yeah. So I'm gonna slice this one right above me. 12 damage or 12 points for or 12 to hit for 11 points of damage.
Yep, it's dead.
I'm dead.
Yes, you're dead.
It reflects all
It
damage.
was a lich. It catch Hellish Rebuke at level 9.
But let's see. I rolled Constitution 5 plus 11.
So 16.
It has a +3 to Constitution saving throw though, so 9. So it's dead.
And I will take a step, and then I will aim for. Do either one of them look more damage than the other?
They both look fine. I mean, as fine as a zombie can look.
Okay. So then I'll do the one up to my top left.
You probably can't. I would say you probably can't reach that one
okay.
because it's on a ledge. You can get that in front of you.
Then that one right there, and since I didn't do much damage, I will pump in not a divine sense, a divine smite.
Can I sense if I can kill this creature?
An extra 16 points.
All right, so that kills that one.
All right. And I will take another step there. And now can I climb? Actually, no, yeah, I'll stay right here.
All right. So it's that one's turn. So Lena's going to take another 3 points of bludgeoning damage when she gets back. I'll just remove it from her.
We could just tell her it was 22. She got crit.
Soren, it is your turn.
Well, this is going to be a new experience for Ivar because you've never seen Soren cast this one. He's going.
I can't really see you right now. Anyway.
I'm stood right next to you.
What do you mean? Where?
Your token's probably under a body.
Oh, okay, all right. So, all right, if you're okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I was looking for the entire time, where the fuck did he go to cast that?
But yeah, so you're gonna see him create a shadowy blade, 10 feet long, in his hand. Creepy like a vampire.
Yeah.
Operative word being his hand.
And I get 2 swings with this. Huzzah! So I'll aim for this one first. Well, not with an 8.
Yeah, actually an 8 is their armor class. That's ridiculous. You rolled a 1 and hit it.
But aren't we doing no matter what a crit hits, no matter what a crit fail misses? I thought that's what we talked about last time.
Yeah, because that's basically I've just completely whiffed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember we talking about the 1, but we could do that because I know we did say that a crit always.
Oh, maybe I'm just assuming that then, since we said the 20 always hits.
Yeah, let's say I'll take that as a miss. It's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't want to do anything punishing for a miss like some people do that with a -1. It's like you do something terrible, but
Yeah, you drop your sword or.
Yeah.
I technically can't drop shadows, but
It says if you drop the weapon or throw it, it dissipates at the end of the turn.
I can bonus action bring it back to your hand.
All right, so 12 points of damage. Lena, you took another 3 points of damage. I took it off of your token. I don't know if it shows on your character sheet, but
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that one's still up, and it is that one's turn, but it's dead. And then is the one that just got hit, and it will forward and attempt to attack Soren. Misses. Do anything. Can't do anything. So Lena, it is your turn.
Okay, she's gonna sharpshooter that one and then reload.
Yeah, that one's dead too.
Yeah, we also learned that with Soren rolling a 1, he would still hit.
So you might as well just sharpshoot them all.
They have an armor class of 8.
Okay. Yep, that I kind of figured I would be fine sharpshooting everything when the 9 hit, I think it was.
Turn. So, Evard, is your turn.
All right. Would I be able to reach this thing where I am, or would I have to jump up behind it?
You could probably swing its legs from where you are.
Then can I use make this double movement to climb up the ledge?
Yep.
All right. I'll get behind him, then I'll attack with advantage. Slash at him for 7 points of damage. And since this is the last one, and me and her both look pretty hurt, I will level 1 smite it for an extra 15 points.
That exactly kills it.
Oh, thank God. Because I don't know what your right under half is, but I'm at 16 right now.
And Lena's at 19.
Yeah. All right. So I took half movement. Then I'll just jump back down with the rest of my movement and wait here.
Soren.
Yeah, I'll stay where I am, just outside of the difficult terrain, and take 2 swings at, I'll say, the one just above me first. So it's just the 8 points.
Okay. Still up.
I'll swing again.
Now it's done.
See, those dice rolls for the not crit were both a 3 and a 1. That's just horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I'm not going anywhere.
All right, so that one will move down and attempt to attack you, and these are they're rolling terrible now. That one does too. $21.
I will shield. So 25.
It's kind of nuts to me that I'm like the protection-based like paladin that's supposed to be all defensive, and you guys both have higher AC than me.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, when I'm not in the Blade Song, I have an AC of 16.
Yeah, but that's still pretty high for a level 6 character.
Yeah.
Or for
Especially
wizard.
a fucking wizard.
Yep. Lena, you're up.
Yeah, she will aim for this one and then that one. With sharpshooters.
I don't think you'd be able to hit that other one
That one?
from your angle.
So go there.
Yeah. So it was this one first?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's dead. And then it was the one straight across from you, so it's not dead, but it's hurt. All right, Evar, you're up.
All right. Since I can't move into attack, I will just reach up, put my hand on Lena's ankle, and cast Cure Wounds at level 2 for 15 HP on you.
Ooh.
It's a good roll.
Yeah. When I'm not doing damage, I can do great.
You don't want to give her a magic weapon? She could use the help. Soren, you're up.
I might be like better served just reloading her gun for her.
Okay. Kneeling down. Excuse me, madam. Would you like me to reload your gun?
Here's your next bullet.
Yeah, she just needs 2 pistols and then have you reload the other one.
Yeah.
Toss it to you and then pull out the other and fire.
New class pistol bitch.
Yes.
I'll do the
I
one
prefer
directly.
Squire, right? Squire is more appropriate.
True.
So that's the one directly in front. Then, if it's dead, I'll go to the one above it.
The one directly in front of you first?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, dead.
Yeah, then I'll go for the one directly above it.
Not quite dead.
Well, that's a little annoying, but I'll stay where I am.
I deleted one of the things I shouldn't have deleted. Now
Oh,
I'm missing a
AC's back
zombie.
down to 20.
Still- Almost the 19. Still miss. All right. Lena, you're up.
Yep, she's gonna sharpshooter the far one first, I guess. And then the one in front of Soren.
How many times are you gonna roll 25 damage?
They're both dead. Just covering Sorn and zombie brains.
And then she passes her pistol to Ivar to get it reloaded.
I will. I mean, I have nothing better to do. If I know how to do it, I'll do that shit.
Ivar, it is your turn. There is only one zombie remaining.
All right. Okay. I will walk. I'm assuming I can walk by Soren, right?
That's difficult terrain as well.
Yeah, in front of it.
Yeah,
So like,
that's
but,
fine.
but that, yeah, I mean that would take you.
Yeah, I'll just stay right there. I'll just walk in and give him a good slashing across the face, hopefully. 5 points of damage and second attack.
Didn't need it. It only had 4 hit points. So.
All right.
So you guys wiped out a zombie horde.
That was great fun.
Ivar kind of looks at you, very bloodied. He's like, "Yes, fun."
Just allow Soren's ruins to glow down. Wasn't too difficult when you can set up a barrier like that.
Well, should I use my magic on myself, or would you like to sit for a little while?
Well, if you need, we can climb up onto that ledge and take some time. I'll keep watch.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a quick rest.
He just nods and walks over and hops on up. And yeah, I am going to roll some hit dice because I went down 40 HP in that fight.
I mean, I only went down 5.
I went from 49 to 19, so about 30.
So most of the ghouls, though, the zombies didn't do much.
I'm back up to full. 1 hit
Okay,
dice.
I am as well, but I use all my hit die.
I am almost there, and I used to.
Yeah, so I rolled a 25 for perception just to make sure nothing's charging us.
Yeah, it all seems quiet for the moment.
And Lena also take time to reload her pistol again.
Yeah, arcane recover it. Regain the slot.
So,
Yeah, shall we continue?
Yes, I think the loud noises from your gun kind of drew the hordes towards us.
Should I stop using my pistol then?
Oh, I can't hear anything else in the vicinity, so I think you kind of drew most of them to us in that one swoop.
Oops.
Well,
I would also rather you use the weapon that you're most skilled with, and that seems to be it.
You think?
She is quite dangerous with it.
Well, most of this experience came from actually traveling with the Sorn and everybody. Before that, I wasn't terribly good at it.
Well, practice makes perfect. Keeping an eye out as we go.
Alright. I'm gonna point down this way to Sorn and ask him if this is looks like it's just leading back to the entrance.
Intelligence check. Maybe? Looks like it.
Doesn't go past this. Unless there's a tunnel-y thing or something.
Like a cave in.
Hmm.
It's possible.
Should we go back to the entrance and look, or just continue on this path?
Oh, looks like there's some room to the right.
Guess we might as well keep going this way. We probably attracted anything that was on the other side at this point.
We should still try to be a little quiet as a precaution.
Okie dokie.
Alright. Now this way looks like it would probably be going back towards the entrance. Big ol' 5.
Well, we can certainly hook around to check.
Yeah, that's back to the entrance. I can see the wine.
So yes, it seems if we wish to proceed further, it would be north.
Do you want to have a look around any of these alcoves, or just continue?
I can certainly have a look, or we all can.
Yeah, I can definitely help you, Sorn.
All right, one person roll D100. We'll see if you find anything fun.
Someone go for it. I just want to try, my main goal for looking around is going to be to see if there's any sort of markings on the walls, like religious symbols or anything.
You do see some writing on the walls. You don't
Okay.
recognize.
Okay.
78. So roll a D12.
I've been getting some decently high rolls for this.
Roll another D12 because that's the exact same thing that you had the last time. A leather roll of jeweler's tools. So 2. All right. I will put this in the loop. All kinds of jeweler stuff like on this one. So you have now a set of 3 jeweled empty potion flasks.
Oh,
Nice.
it's
Worth
better
some money,
than
but
nothing.
nothing in them. Yeah.
And as he's looking around there, can I take a look into this water, get down and touch it and stuff? Does it seem like normal? Does it seem like it's contaminated with anything?
It appears to be rather shallow, and it just seems to be just regular cave water, essentially. You wouldn't want to drink it. You wouldn't want to drink it, but it doesn't appear to be contaminated or anything. Just
and is it
water.
Yeah, it's not any sort of movement. There's not it's running through something.
No, it's still water.
Okay. All right.
And I'll say with perceptions as well. You do get because of what you just encountered. It does smell down here, and it is essentially rotting corpses. What it smells like.
All right. And yeah, I'll just take a quick glance into the water, see if I see anything, since it's shallow, at the bottom of the water.
Nope, you don't see anything.
Fair enough.
Well, we should still remain on guard. We never know what's down here.
He gives you a bit of a nod and just has the sword and shield ready still. Looks like we have a decision to make again.
Why don't we do south first?
All right.
Very well.
Now we have another quick decision to make.
Continue south?
Alrighty.
Yeah, go ahead and roll initiative again.
Oh! What the fuck is that thing?
Well, that sounded like a good noise.
It looks like a giant maggot.
Ugh.
I mean, to be fair, this session, pretty much every time we've rolled initiative, we've been right next to each other.
Yeah.
I believe you actually may have fought one of these in the necromancer cavern
Oh, in the
when you
the
went
cell.
back the second time.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't see it, but I assume that's what he's erring at, because he would, if I wouldn't have seen it.
Right. 20's garbage still. All right. Lena, you hear Ivar yell, and you are first to act.
Yep, she will run forward. Yeah, that seems like a fine place to land a shot. And she will fire twice. Let's make the first one normal, second one sharpshooter.
$21 hits. 9 does not.
Okay, and then she will step back.
Sorn, you hear Ivar scream, and you act next.
Oh, that's 25? I'll send out my spectral hand. Just tap it on the shoulder. Hello?
Wow.
Yeah, that happened.
That is unfortunate.
It's not an undead creature, so it does take the damage. 15 does hit.
Yep, good luck with that.
It is this turn. And it will crawl up the wall and onto the ceiling and come over here and attack Eva. Actually, yeah. So, okay, so that hits. You need to make a Constitution saving throw, which you're pretty good at.
14?
14 is not enough.
Yay!
So you take 4 points of poison damage.
Okay.
And you're paralyzed.
Great.
You can make a saving throw at the end of your turn.
Okay.
But it also gets another attack as well.
And as paralyzed means it's at advantage, and if it hits, it's a crit, right?
Yeah, so you take an additional 14 points of piercing damage as it bites you after you're paralyzed.
All right.
And then it is your turn, so make another saving throw.
12.
Still paralyzed.
I'll be chilling here, guys. Take care of this.
Lena, you're up.
Okay, she will step there and make 2 shots at it.
$28 points of damage.
And that is all.
All right. Soren, you're up.
So how high on the ceiling would you say it is?
It's probably about 15 feet.
Would I be able to hit it with my lightning lure from here, or would I have to take a step forward? Basically just to drag it off the ceiling onto the floor.
What's the range on it?
15.
Yeah, you probably have to move up.
If that's the case, I will Blade Song, then Lightning Lure. And if it does fail the strength save, would it take an extra like d6 falling damage? Like 10 feet?
Or would it just fall on me and I'd take the damage?
Yeah, both of you, Soren and Ivar, I'll say that because it dies, you are unparalyzed. Both of you make a acrobatics.
Well, if it poisoned me, it wouldn't really be unparalyzed, would it? Because it's not like it was concentrating on it, right?
That's true.
So I think I just fail.
I think you would just fail.
I think I fail mine.
Yeah. All right. So that kills it. The lightning lure kills it. But you both take 17 points of bludgeoning damage as it falls on top of you.
Mine's not. This isn't a crit, right? Because it's not an attack.
What do you mean?
Like I don't take critical damage because I'm paralyzed, right? Because
No.
okay.
No.
All right. Thank God, because I would have been very close to down. All right,
And you're
let's
both.
see. And I'm still paralyzed.
I mean, I've got like 40 feet of movement. Can I like just shimmy out and try and drag his ass with me?
I just want to see how long it would actually take me. So that's already 6 seconds after combat. Okay, would 19 get me out?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, it would have been. I would have been paralyzed for 18 seconds. Son of a bitch. Yeah, and he's pretty much just as bloody as he was last time before the rest. He kind of just looks at you guys and what happened? I was unable to move and something fell on me, and he kind of looks at Soren.
Oh yeah, Soren pulled the worm thing on you.
Oh, on both of us, really.
I don't know if he's just dead.
Yes, I've encountered one of those before. They have a habit of paralyzing their food.
Wonderful.
At least you didn't get to the food part.
Well, that is one of the bonuses.
But you can see the remnants of its food.
Yeah, Soren or Ivar has no interest in going back.
Soren does.
Oh, gross.
See, you say gross. GM, could I investigate, please?
Yes.
Roll a d100.
Yeah, do it.
I mean, like
This is actually real. It's a lot of fun to get the loot.
And actually, both of you roll it, since there's a lot of corpses and stuff and to go through here. So we'll do the 92 first.
I mean, I've not
So-
got enough pride to not care about jumping into a pile of remains.
Well, and you guys lost all your stuff, so I think it's kind of a fun way to try and regain some stuff as well. So it'll always be a D12. So do a D100 then a D12. Oh wow. Okay.
You rolled a 92 and a 12. Like you find a holy avenger.
You
Find something.
You find that. And then we'll do Lena's.
That is definitely something that would interest Soren.
I rolled a 9.
I mean, do you guys
an
want to
11.
recover your hit points?
I have no hit die. I would literally have to sleep for 8 hours.
I can bandage you.
Yes,
That'll help greatly.
I'd look like a fucking zombie with all I need.
And Lena finds this.
Oh. And she'll show them to Soren and be like, "Are they magic?"
I would need time to cast a spell to be able to figure that out, but for now we can just continue on, and when we get a chance to rest, I can certainly check.
All
you
right,
just-
ready to move on.
You can just drink it, right? What's worse could happen?
I'm not falling for that again.
Did you guys sell those lapidary tools?
Yes, because we needed money.
All right, let me delete that.
Because we got like something like 100 gold or something for him.
I think so, yeah.
Did you need some bandages, Ivar?
I can heal myself for quite a bit, if need be. I do not think we have time to be sitting here and bandaging me for an hour.
It only takes a few minutes to apply a bandage.
Perhaps one or two, if you don't mind.
All right.
I'll just hand him my pack of 10.
bandages.
All right, so plus 11.
Would you like my
he's-
full kit?
He's like back up to a little over half. He's good.
I'm going to bandage myself then, 1 second. Oh shit, I need to do it myself. What is it? 1d4 plus 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do 2 for myself. Seven.
So, well, yeah, that's still pretty good.
I'll take it.
There's gonna be another giant fucking worm or something around one of these corners. All right. I look back at Lena and just, well, another decision.
South.
I don't think.
That goes down, right? So like you're on the ledge. So
Yeah.
You jump down.
How far down is it?
It's probably about 5 feet.
Oh, okay. I hop on down. Ooh, there is a chest back here. Can I look at it? Inspect it?
It looks like a regular chest. I mean, it does appear to be locked.
Okay.
It looks like a chest used for like carrying cargo, essentially.
All right. I am going to take out my sword and stab at the side real quick because I saw a door turn to life.
I'm taking a step back. Nope.
I'm not like swinging at it trying to do actual damage or anything. I'm just poking it.
Yeah, it seems like a.
All right. I look to sword and I say, well, I can't get into the lock, so perhaps you can.
Can I see if it's trapped, please? I don't know.
You don't know.
And I'm going to use another new spell, because why the hell not? You'll just hear someone speaking a strange language, and the lock will suddenly just pop straight off the chest with a loud knock.
Can be heard 300 feet away. That is.
Not my fucking problem. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
we've just been firing guns and you're worried about a knock.
Oh no! I'm just saying with how close we are to it. It's like we're fucking. Our ears are all pounded.
She's just been firing a gun next to our heads.
Yeah,
Gun's
I'm
not
pretty
that
sure
bad.
Lena's like probably partially deaf in one ear at this point or something.
Firing guns really is not that loud.
Well, I think of these old flintlock pistols, basically.
Yeah, true.
I
In a
mean,
cave.
In a cave.
Yeah.
It's not good acoustics for that, but
I'll use
because
my.
there's gonna be a lot of flash and gunpowder explosion versus a regular a modern gun, which is still
Yeah,
loud.
see,
but
I
not
figured
as
I
loud.
figured that it would be worse on your eyes and stuff like that than ears.
That too, because it would be
Especially,
flash.
yeah, especially with like a pistol, since you don't have to hold it right up on your shoulder. But,
Yeah, so
I'm lifting
Lena
it up
probably
with the
has
sword.
bad hearing. Her vision is probably not great.
shaky hands.
Her sense of smell is probably ruined by inhaling all that gunpowder smoke. But she
So
kills everything. So.
She's basically the crazy old guy from Vasselheim.
Yes.
Victor.
Victor, yes, he was great. Okay, so do another 2D do roll twice somebody or
I'll roll one of the
two-
100s.
Yep, and then a D12
Oh, never mind, you
after
got it.
that.
I'll just take the 46.
Ah, go for it. It's all good. It's good. I want to see what a 7 is. It's my birthday.
And then roll 2D12. All right.
I think we've done like the 11 2 or 3 times now.
Wait a minute, what is that? Hold on. I don't even know what this is. I gotta look this up real quick.
I can't give this to these idiots.
No, I seriously don't know what this is. Like I didn't. What? Oh, okay. I get what it's trying to say here. Said it in a really stupid way. Give me a second. It didn't. It gave me a thing like, "Hey, it's one of these. Pick it." It doesn't tell me what it is. Like I have to decide what it is. So, give me a second.
You found a shoe of donkey intelligence. Yeah, I've decided to pick up the knock spell because it's getting more and more difficult to try and pick locks with a single hand.
Yeah.
You need to just learn Mage Hand and try to do it with that at all times.
I mean, I don't get a cantrip for like another 3 levels.
Yeah.
Unless I find a spell book with it in.
All right. You find a spell scroll, so you can put that in the loot. Just a spell scroll. It's a round piece of slate carved with spiraling, faintly glowing symbols. It's a spell scroll, but you have to look it up, or you have to
Yeah.
expect it here with. And then a 7.
And then 7-Eleven.
You find a nice refreshing case of Mountain Dew.
Slurpees.
Upon drinking a vial of Mountain Dew, you recover 1d4 plus 4 hit points.
Here's another thing. I have no idea what this is. I gotta look it up. Interesting. So you find this.
The fuck is it? Toothpaste?
You'll have to to research to find out what it is. But in the meantime, everybody go ahead and roll initiative as the Knox Bell brought some friends.
Oh shit.
No.
And Ivar, you're first.
What?
Oh.
What the fuck is this?
Everybody rolled terribly.
Aw.
Everybody rolled it like there was a 7 and then 3 6s.
All right. All right. Just at a quick glance, do I have any idea what these things are?
They appear to be semi-transparent.
Okay. All right. I will run up, slicing at one. 18 for 10.
Probably 18 for
And-
5.
Ooh. And just because of that, I'm going to pump a Divine Smite into it because I get double the damage. So it will be 4 damage. I'm assuming it's undead, so that's 3. Plus I get another 3d8 since I double all those die. Plus another 18. So
Well, I was gonna do the math about like doing half of it and stuff because they were resistant because they're slightly incorporeal. But it's dead. That's just way too much damage.
Yeah, I think the smite did it.
Yep.
yeah, it would have been 25 points from Smite alone.
Yep. It just dissipates into air,
Right.
but it is.
And now you will, stay right here in the court, like choke point.
So you technically smited it so hard you smote it?
Smoten. Oh, and I don't know why this is so common for these creatures. Make a Constitution saving throw as it does hit you.
Oh my god.
Okay, so
25.
you got that one.
All right.
But you still take 16 points of necrotic damage.
Oh, what the fuck?
That was max damage that it could do. So.
Yeah.
I should laugh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, you should. I mean, I was
Poor
playing Bjorn, and
Ivar.
I was playing Bjorn, and I was taking like 8 damage a pop. It's like, oh god.
You would have been in a whole lot worse shape if you would have failed that saving throw. Soren, you're up.
Yeah, because it also reduces your hit point maximum as well.
Yeah, by half of the damage that you took, so you would have lost your your max by 8.
Yeah.
Could I have squeezed through here for 5 feet?
Yeah. Well, with 10 feet, you could have gotten through there.
Then that's as far as I can get. And I will attempt to claw my hand and slash at a ghost.
Nice.
And unfortunately, I don't get to attack twice with cantrips.
Nope. And as Mercer would say, it doesn't appear to be do as much damage as you would have expected.
Well,
Lena, you're up.
It is an acid ghost.
Lena's gonna move there.
It's incorporeal, so it is resistant to just about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Pistol.
Is it immune to Lena, though?
Probably half of Lena.
I mean, if it wasn't resistant, it would be dead. But bullets shooting mist is not as effective.
I mean, obviously, we shouldn't do this, but if she fires a gun next to one of us, we should take like 1 point of thunder damage from the sheer sound of it.
You get earplugs. Evard, it's your turn.
Slash for 5 points. Slash probably missing.
Misses, yes.
So probably only 2 points of damage.
Yep.
And I will stay there, hoping it doesn't fucking hit me again, because I don't want to fucking pass out.
Let's see. How does this? It actually, is going to attack Sorn. That's a 22 to hit.
Yeah, I think that'll hit.
Constitution saving throw.
+3.
Yep, you're within my range. You'll get +3 to whatever you roll.
23.
So you take 14 points of necrotic damage. And it is your turn.
Well, fuck this guy. I'm taking out the silvered rapier.
Yeah, it is in toast. Right, you hear it sort of shriek and then disappear.
Ivar kind of looks at you two and he goes, I have a bit of magic left, but if I use it to heal myself right now, I don't know how much help I'll be in future combats.
If need be, we can rest in this alcove.
You said when we were getting to this city, it was already getting to be kind of dark, right?
Yeah, it's none of you have keen mind, but it's you would assume that it's the evening at this point.
I'll look at him and I'll say, do you think perhaps maybe we backtrack just a bit so that way we're not staying next to the last place where a gunshot came from?
Very well, we can go back to that ledge where we encountered the horde.
I don't think that far back.
Go stay with the corpses.
Like even like right here would be better than right where we were.
You also didn't go fully north, just as a reminder. You know, I'm not telling you to go there, but
We could either say like right in here, or we could keep going back till we find somewhere that's only one way in, one way out.
I mean, we did have the feeding ground of that large creature.
Oh, fuck that, no. I mean, we could stay in this hall.
I guess this hall is narrow.
Like, yeah, if we stayed right here, we know nothing could come from below us.
Very well, we can take watches. I can identify some of the items we have received.
All right, Sorn, you're still hurt, right?
Yeah, I got smacked a little bit.
All right. I am going to use my lay on hands. How much will it take to fill you?
24.
All right. You get that. And then, Lena, are you still hurt?
Just by 1 HP.
All right. Then you will take that, and I will take the final 5 HP. And rest time, I guess. You can also look at those items that we've been picking up to see if anything is special.
I I plan on it, yes. So, ritual. Obviously,
Alright.
decide what's
And
magic.
just one last, to hopefully be safe, any more stuff in the immediate area.
Within 60 feet of you, no.
Okay. I will inform them that we seem to be absent of at least undead and such like that within the vicinity.
Very well, I will identify what we have, then we can go on to take watches.
All right.
Yeah, so is any of our stuff magical?
Yes, and then going. I'm not gonna make you do it now, but just as going forward, you need some money to keep casting Identify because you need pearls, man.
They are not consumed.
So did you ever get a pearl?
I started off with one.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
I literally had identify at
Yeah, I mean, I
level
knew you had
1.
it in the beginning, but all the most recent things. So the long shard of blue crystal resembling a blast of magical energy is magic. The flask containing the fluid smelling of honey. The spell scroll, obviously, and the toothpaste also appears to be magical.
Okay.
The other stuff is not, like that I put up there.
Yeah. So would I be able to identify what exactly they are?
Yes. So how is that working?
I don't know why, but all I can think of with this blue shard that looks like magic is like dragon glass.
See, I was thinking something like lyrium.
It is a wand of magic missiles.
Oh.
Pretty
So
fucking cool.
So you can add that via the.
Does Lena want to be a wizard?
I think Lena's got her distance shots pretty good.
That's actually one thing I always wished about paladins was that they could do stuff with ranged attacks.
Well, you can now.
Before mismatched glass flasks sealed with wax containing deep crimson fluid smelling of honey are 4 potions of healing.
Yeah.
So you guys all have one of those each, I believe, and then now you have 4 more.
Or
Didn't
technically,
Lena
one.
drink hers?
Yeah, so we
Yeah,
had 2
Lena's
left.
is gone.
But I gave an extra one to Sorensen. I think he shared it with her.
Nope, I've got 0 potions of healing, so
Okay.
just add 1 back.
Yeah, I changed it in the loot from 3 to 2, a bit further up.
Well, yeah. Again, Evar will say he can heal himself, and if he goes down, he would rather have one of you have it on you to be able to feed it to him anyway.
Well, I guess I can take 1 and then you can take the other 2, Soren.
Very well. And just the toothpaste left.
Spell scroll as well.
And that, because I forgot.
Yeah. Yep. So it is a level 3 spell scroll of Feign Death.
Nice.
I don't know how useful that would be, but it's probably better as a spell scroll than it is as anything else, given the fact that like it may be useful like once in a campaign, and you'll have it as a spell scroll to use it once.
You get that rich guy who wants to fake his death to get away from his wife, and we're good.
There you go. And finally, you will find in the compendium as well. The toothpaste is actually restorative ointment.
Oh, the whatever the Kyo times or whatever.
It is a glass jar 3 inches in diameter containing 1d4 plus 1 doses. So somebody roll 1d4 plus 1.
Mike?
Lena's been rolling badass tonight.
So that we'll know how often you get to use this. How many times you get to use it.
There we go.
So it contains 3 doses of a thick mixture that smells faintly of aloe. The jar and its contents weighs half a pound. As an action, 1 dose of the ointment can be swallowed or applied to the skin. The creature receives 2d8 plus 2 hit points, ceases to be poisoned, and is cured of any disease. So
Wow, I did not realize it was that good.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So you can use that 3 times. So if you want to, like, somebody wants to add that to your character sheet, it is actually in the compendium, I believe.
Oh yeah.
I have never ever heard of that item before, so I'm already happy that this
You roll for your own stuff, yeah.
Yeah, this thing is working out like this. It's pretty cool.
Well, if I want the Wand of Magic Missiles, for a ranged option?
I don't think I think he's happy with his holy, like his divine magic. I don't think he would feel comfortable using arcane.
Unless it's on a vampire, then fuck them.
Oh yeah, give me a fucking arcane nuclear missile and I would use that one.
I just need to convince Lena to coat her bullets in garlic and start firing at that.
Mm-hmm. I will bless each bullet. Yeah, and then Ivar will offer to take first watch and make sure nothing comes around, since he could keep doing his divine sense before he falls asleep, so it could recharge.
That sounds fine with me, Ivar.
So yeah, just halfway through my watch, since I have 2 left, I would do it. So like 2 hours in, or no, I'm sorry, like an hour and a half in, he would do divine sense, and then one more time when whoever he wakes up to take their watch.
Okay. And we did establish that you all do have to sleep as half elves.
Mm-hmm. So something like 2 and 2/3 hours each, we got to take watch.
So everybody can roll perception on their watch.
Will I get any advantage for having my...
For your...
Because I'm going to use that halfway through and then one more time at the end.
I don't think you would get an advantage on the perception. I mean,
Okay.
if there was any undead, you would know it, and you don't notice them.
Okay.
You guys are actually not noticing a whole lot of anything, really.
Yeah.
We are
Kind of
so wise.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you may be bad on wisdom, but you do have a freaking paladin with you going into undead territory, which is pretty darn good. Bjorn would have not been anywhere near as useful.
Well, he did have a silver weapon, so he wouldn't have been terrible, but yeah,
terrible,
definitely.
But you wouldn't know that there was a vampire.
Yeah, true. But that would have probably been more helpful. She would be probably down here helping us.
Possible.
So do we make it through a long rest?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, thank God.
And you do hear some things. Mostly, like, you hear bats and you hear sort of like insect stuff, but nothing like dangerous or concerning, but a little jumpy given what you've experienced so far.
All right.
So, yeah.
Did I ruin the night by being the one to discover the vampire paladin ability?
No, I mean,
taking too long to go through this.
No, I mean, like it's I was not assuming that we were going to finish this part this evening. So
Okay.
I mean, I'll let you guys decide if you would like to continue on investigating or if you want to stop here.
I'm good for another hour.
Yeah, same.
I can keep going for a bit.
All right.
I'm just
Alrighty.
currently trying to just edit my sheet with some of the stuff in it.
So straight north you haven't gone to, and then you came from the northeast there.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I say we keep going back down this way and find the end of it, then go back.
Yes, that sounds good to me.
Matt, I'll be travelling with them. I'm just doing something on my sheet.
All right. So last time you said south. Which way, Lena?
East.
East. It is.
I really like the correct way that dark vision works when you set it up.
Yep.
It's kind of cool the way it fades.
Ooh, we got another chest. I will try to take a look at this one again.
It looks identical to the other one that you saw.
I stab it a little bit,
Nothing happens.
and I back up for Soren.
This one does appear to be locked or have a lock on it, but the lock appears to be broken. I mean, and you see a symbol on the chest as well. It's identical to the one that you saw before.
Can I do religion?
Yep. Doesn't have your religious symbol.
Okay. Is there any languages that I know? I know Common, Elvish, Celestial, Infernal, and Sylvan.
It's just a symbol. There isn't any writing on it.
Okay, gotcha. And I back away around the corner and tell Soren about the chest with a broken lock that I don't know if it's trapped.
And I guess Ivar wouldn't know, but Soren and Lena, you guys can do, I guess, an intelligence check or a history check to see if you recognize the symbol.
What was the healing ointment? 1 second.
Do what?
It was 2d8 plus 2.
2.
Yeah, 2d8. Ceases to be poisoned and cured of it. Who needs a paladin? You've got 2. Both of you have seen this symbol before. It is the symbol of a merchant's guild. And you assume that these are probably part of the whole smuggling that was being done. These chests may have been left down here as part of that process.
I have no idea why. I just thought you were going to say it was Mr. Grayson's symbol.
Well, wouldn't that have been nice of him just leaving treasure for you all?
Mm-hmm.
Would I extend the distance of magic missile?
No, it has to be something that has.
Okay. Well, I didn't know specifically for this one. Just 120.
Because I did the same thing when I had. And I did it for like all my spells, but it was like then when I looked at it, it said only things that have.
So yeah, I'll check if it's strapped.
Nope, seems all right. And not locked because the lock's broken.
Then I will attempt to lift it with the rapier.
Okay. It looks like this one has partially been rummage through, but go ahead and do our D100, D12. 5 and 8. It's not working properly. Give me the thing.
Lena, how many healing potions did you take?
I took 2.
Okay, I've taken 2 as well, so I'll leave 2 in general loot.
All right. You find 272 silver pieces.
More money is always a good thing.
Oh, not gonna complain. Just seems to be money in this one.
He points over there. Another one across the water.
It's probably a little bit more than a 5-foot jump, probably less than 10-foot jump.
How deep does this water in here look?
That, particularly in the center there, looks quite deep.
Yeah.
It does appear to be a little bit kind of like a pool. It's much more shallow near the ledges.
Since no one has gone in the water, is there any movement, or is it like still?
Looks still. You see, there's a few ripples of water because there's some water dripping from the ceiling.
Okay.
But it's not.
Doesn't look like there's something big moving down below.
Yeah, and it's not flowing water. It's like a pond basically.
Okay.
But it's not a super far jump from like where Soren is standing. It'd be a little bit difficult just the angle around that corner, but the way that D&D works, jumping is like nothing.
Would you like me to jump across?
Well, if I were to try and fall in, this armor is not very good for swimming. So, if you think you can.
I'll give it a go. Whoop. I'll check for traps and locks.
Definitely not trapped. Does appear to be locked and also appears to be identical to the other guest. These locks are not like complicated though. I mean, they're basically like small little padlocks.
Yeah, I'm going to attempt a thieves' tool first. So 15.
Yeah, 15 opens it. So do 2 D100 and 2 D12.
I'll let someone else roll those. Well, one each.
I'll roll 1.
9312 and 7112.
Jesus, nice rolls.
All right. 48 gold pieces is the first thing.
Nice.
And wait a minute, what is that? I love this thing because this is just telling me stuff that I've never even heard of. I gotta find out what this is.
Hey, this is perfect. We're all getting random shit and we're all going to go, this is actually quite good.
I have never heard of these things. Okay. All right. So, I will put this in the loot.
Why the fuck do I gotta get that one? Like, why does it have to be my roll?
I've never heard of this item before. This is great.
Well, it seems we've got some gold here and a weird-looking flute.
Which you play, and it sounds like an angry scream just because it says that's what it sounds like. So you just blow on it, and it makes that sound just so that you're
Yep.
aware that that's.
And that is when I give you the fuck you and walk away.
Could someone at least be there to try and catch me if I fall in?
I'll be there. Not in the way. I will attempt to catch you.
Yeah, I guess make a dex save to see if you can grab him.
Nope.
Wow. I mean, it's not a very far drop, so essentially, Soren, you just get wet. I mean, you can swim, so it's not.
Okay, I was just making sure.
And there aren't any creatures in there to like bite you or anything.
You woke up the Kraken.
But you're just now you're completely soaking wet because it was deep enough for you to like fall in and submerge, but you're able to get out relatively easily.
So sorry about that, Sorn.
It's not your fault. I also failed my jump.
And Lena, I'll say that you probably fell in a little bit as well. So like your head probably got dunked as you grabbed a hold of him and he kind of fell and he pulled you down, so your arms and your head went underwater as well. So your hair's all wet and you didn't fall in entirely, but
At least you're not Astrid anymore.
Yep, she doesn't care about getting her hair wet.
I suppose we should keep up with our comrade.
Yes. Kind of curious about that flute. Can't wait until you identify it.
I agree. I can't wait.
Kind of turn around and say, well, this is a bit of a larger opening. Which way, Lena? You've been quite good so far.
East.
Looks like another larger opening. Okay, this has been too smooth for the last few minutes. Something's gonna fucking happen.
Perception check to see if we're being followed.
Yep. Nope.
Alright.
Yeah, we're just walking up to the final boss.
Lena chose too good.
So everybody did another perception check.
Perception. Ooh, big 12.
So, I mean, it's not difficult to hear, but it's not coming from the flute, but you do hear a woman screaming.
Shall
And
we move?
it's not a I'll say it's not like a fear sort of scream, it's a pained scream.
Shall we move quicker?
Does it resemble the Banshee's wail we heard
It
in
sounds like a person that
Ferndale?
you
Okay.
doesn't hurt your ears. It's just
Alright.
That's a reasonable question.
yeah.
So Ivar is gonna turn around and say, perhaps pick up the pace a little bit, but move quietly.
Okay.
And he turns around and walks straight into the wall.
Yeah.
Armor clanging.
I knocked down a suit of armor that just happens to be here. What the fuck?
So, everybody go ahead and roll initiative, because as that sound rings through, from around the corner, a couple of dogs come running down.
Oh, fuck me. There's my crit.
Where is it? I hate you. Like, I literally can't even click on anything. So as the dogs come running down there, you also hear in your head this sort of whispered voice that says, "Intruder." And Soren, it is your turn.
I am going to whip out the wand. I'm going to spend 3 charges to cast magic missiles at 3rd level. So we'll
Just
do-
checking. Can you guys hear me again?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. For some reason, my headset disconnected for a few minutes.
So that's 5 missiles, and I'll be going from on the right, then to the left.
Yeah, I was gonna say, with Magic Missile, you're better off just freaking typing it in because that is a pain in the ass. I've never been able to find a way to actually.
Make it work like it's supposed to.
Yep.
So there would have been another a 3 and a 3.
So 16.
Yeah, so I'm going from all on the right, then if that goes down, left.
It does not go down.
I'll holster the wand.
And Evar, it is your turn.
Run on up. Slice at the one on the right. 11 points of damage. And 10. Is it still standing?
Yes.
All right. I will put a 1st level Divine Smite into it. I don't know if it's undead or not, but it's 8 or 14 if it is undead.
It is dead.
Okay. So that is a 1st level space. And that will be my turn.
Hey Lena, I can also shoot things as well.
And Lena, it's your turn because it was the dead dog's turn.
That's great, Soren. We will attempt. Let's try a sharpshooter shot.
Oh my god.
That damage is just horrifying.
I mean, the second one misses, but
But her first shot did as much as 2 hits.
yeah, it's ridiculous. I actually kind of wish that it would have hit just so that you could look at someone and be like, "Oh, that's nice," like pat him on the head, fire, and just kill it. But it does not
Still
kill it.
made I think she still did more damage though.
Yeah.
I mean, if I didn't smite, you would have done more damage than me cutting it twice.
Evar, Constitution saving throw.
Fuck you, dog. 23.
All right. So you take 7 points of piercing damage, but
All right.
and Soren, it is your turn.
I'll move up a little bit, and I'll send my spectral hand forth. I clicked it twice. Oh, there we go.
Do you actually get 2 attacks, or did it just double roll?
No, it didn't roll it both times I hit it.
Oh,
So
right.
yeah, it just came out at the same time.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So the first one does 13 points of damage, but it's still up.
Yep, that's it for me.
Evard, is your turn.
Slice. 15. If that hits, it does 12.
It's dead.
Ooh, okay. I'm dead again.
I was click on.
Are you trying to tell me something?
He prefers barbarians. We already know this.
Yeah.
Yes, we already know this.
It's true.
Yep. Payback for the vampire too.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Remus is just predicting the future here now.
So what you said when we heard the someone's coming or something like that, it was in our head, like it was in our minds. It wasn't like somewhere.
Yeah, it sounded. It was from within your own skull. You heard somebody say intruders, and as the dogs die, you hear this female voice scream again, and then you can hear it like choke off. And then you hear the voice again that says, "Come to me."
Right.
I think I chose the bad way.
I'm gonna walk back in between both of you. I am going to just look at you both and say, humor me for a moment. And I'm gonna kneel down and start muttering a prayer, and I am going to cast aid on all of us. So everyone gets +5 to their current and maximum HP for a little while. So for the next 8 hours, we could all heal up to 5 points over our actual health.
I'm just gonna throw it in there like that.
And then I will use Lay on Hands for the 7 HP that I'm missing. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, aid is not concentration. So once again, I will ask you for your pistol and give you a magic weapon on it.
Thanks, Ivar.
Don't worry too much about the bullets. Just keep shooting how you have been.
Of course. And she will reload again.
We should push up.
And he starts a moving.
Ready to go to the creepy voice.
Is there anything to the left where they came out of?
They didn't come out. I mean, they came out from the corner and just ran out.
Okay.
What the? Is this like a mountain in here?
It's a very large stone. Like so, this ceiling in here is extremely high. So it's like probably 100 feet in the air, if not more.
All right. As we walk in, I'm just gonna go ahead and give a pulse out. See if I can sense any of the undead or anything. Oh, never mind. I guess I might answer my own question.
Yeah, I mean you do.
Oh, there's a 3.
You actually probably, even though you really probably could not see this creature at the moment. But
I can't see anything.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
can
can't see it.
No, I can't see shit.
Do you have it on like GM layer?
No, you may not just be able to see it yet. It's hard to. I can't tell the range.
I could see up to like right here.
Okay, so that's why
Yeah,
you can't.
same. I can see about the same line.
Well,
And real
as you
quick, with
guys are, yeah,
just one last question: with these hills, are they going up or down if we walked this way?
they're going up.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter because as you guys make your way in here, the creature essentially you see it, this mist appear in front of you, and it turns into this creature, and it actually goes first.
I'm in the front shit.
Oh, come on, Mr. Tank Wizard.
Yeah, I'm a tank when I'm in the Blade Song.
Let's see what I'm gonna do here.
And just to toss it out there, since I haven't said it yet, this map is awesome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Bl-
really, really like this map.
This, believe it or not, this is actually a bunch of different maps that I put together to make this big map.
It looks awesome because like just like the like topography inside the cave itself is insane.
So, the first thing that you see when this creature appears is it splits into multiple images of itself. And then, Lena, it is your turn.
No.
Is that like what we've seen Soren do?
Yes.
Okay.
She will hit it. Fire twice. If they go. Pretty sure I hit that twice. Okay.
Yep.
All right, let me roll to see if you hit the right thing. Let's see.
I think yeah, she misses the first one and destroys one of the images.
So she destroys 2 of the images because she doesn't hit him.
Okay.
So there's just him and another image. You still can't tell which one is which, but you destroy 2 of them.
Definitely good.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me double check that real quick.
Yeah, I think it's 10 plus Dex is its AC.
Yeah, so you actually destroy 1 of them. So there's still 2 left. The other one misses everything.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And Sornin is your turn.
I am going to start glowing blue through the runes and enter the Blade Song. And for my action, I am going to split myself into 3 more images and engage. Yep, that's me.
Var.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I don't know, since it is like a slant and stuff, like a hill. Would I be able to keep just moving straight through here at normal speed, or would it be harder terrain?
It would be. That's it.
All right, then I will just stay here for now. And Yeah, I will longsword at him. 14 missing, most likely.
Yep.
And a 15 missing, most likely.
Correct.
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right. It is creature. So, Ivar, you can see this sort of sickly black sort of like smoke starts to like emanate from its hand, and it sort of reaches towards you, and then it starts to this energy starts to envelop you as well. Make a Constitution saving throw. Holy shit!
26.
Wow.
I do not like the sound of that.
Yeah, I cannot wait to find out what that would have done.
Let's see.
Half damage, you take 34 points.
You do take half damage. Um, so at half damage, you take 18 points of necrotic damage.
All right, let me see if I keep my spell up.
You would have taken 36.
So I have to roll at least a 10 on Constitution save to keep my spell up. All right.
Yeah. Lena, it is your turn.
Ooh. Okay, she's going to fire twice.
Nice.
And then what the hey? She'll action surge, reload, and then fire again. Let's make this one sharpshooter.
She says as she shoots it directly in the face.
And it'll be +1 as well, because I didn't make a magic weapon for sharpshooters.
Wow. So that's...
Well, here's the thing. It still had 2 images up.
Oh,
So the 17 damage and 14, or 17 to hit and 14 damage. Hold on, let me see what the... Gotta roll the d20s here.
So the 17 one would be destroyed, and then the 2, there would still be 1 left? Is that how it works?
Well, basically, so with 2 left, you would have to roll an 8 or higher. So yes, there would be 1 left. Actually, and then that third one, I have to roll another d20, but with a critical hit, it just hits it and destroys it. So all 3 of those essentially destroy the images. So it doesn't hit him, but now you know it's him.
All right.
Because he's essentially the first one on the 17, he would have saved one of his images. The second on the 2 would have destroyed one of his images, and then the third sharpshooter crit I'm not going to roll for because it just destroyed the
No, that isn't the... I don't think that's to know if the images die, is it? That's to know...
Yeah, that's to decide whether it hits an image
It hits
or
it
hits
or
him.
the image.
Right, but then the 14 points of damage is enough to destroy it, and the 26 points of damage is enough to destroy the other one. Because it's the AC equals 10 plus his dex, so 14 is enough to destroy it.
Sounds good.
So it is Thorn's turn. And he has no duplicate, so you're just attacking him now.
Awesome. I'm going to summon the Shadow Blade, but it's going to be darker, so there's a slight white tinge to it, like an inverted blade. At level 3. And I'm going to take 2 swipes at advantage.
Okay, so hold on. So, wait a minute, wait.
What?
So you're casting Shadow Blade at 3rd level?
Yeah, for an extra D8 psychic damage.
He's going to use his reaction to cast Counterspell.
Oh.
That sucks.
And if a spell is 3rd level or lower, it automatically fails.
Fair enough, then that's just a bonus action.
Yep.
And if that's the case, I'm going to attempt to hit him with my primal hand.
That would be. Oh wait, that's a. Yeah, that's a. Always forget that's a cantrip.
Yeah, but a 13 doesn't hit.
Nope. Evard, it's your turn.
All right. I'm sure this will go better than last time. I have advantage this time, so longsword. 20 hit.
Yes.
And longsword. Oh my god. I'm going to go ahead and use a divine smite at 1 for an extra 10 points of damage.
I like how the DM says, don't use counter spell, I don't like it, but counter spell spit.
No, I didn't say I just didn't give it to you on your in the spell book.
Oh no, I'm only joking.
All right.
No more black smoke, please.
Got a lot of things to choose from here, so yeah.
Isn't that a good problem to have?
It is. So Lena doesn't have to do it, but Sorn and Ivar make a Constitution saving throw.
15 for me, and he'll have a +3 as well.
So a 29.
You might be okay. Me, on the other hand?
Yeah, in the Blade Song, I get to add my intelligence to my con, so it's currently a +7.
So you can see that the creature sort of just raises his hands in the air very slightly, and you can feel like something. It feels like you're being torn apart for a second. Soren, you take 10 points of damage. Ivar, you take 21 points of necrotic damage.
Oh, fuck. All right.
That was a legendary action, by the way.
All right. I will go ahead and see. So 21 would mean I have to roll 11 or higher. Or is it still just 10 since it rounds down? Oh, I rolled a 25 anyway.
Okay, Lena's super angry that all her bullet shooting has hit nothing. So she's going to use a grip point to have a deadeye shot of advantage with a sharpshooter. And good
Thank
thing that she
God.
did.
And this is a magic weapon now, correct? Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be 25.
Just imagine if Lena also had points in Paladin to smite that.
Ranged weapon, you can't.
yeah, you'd have to be a melee thing.
Well, that sucks.
That's what I was saying before. I wish there was a ranged paladin version.
All right, so that definitely hits. Then 90x full damage.
Yay. I also wish she was wiser so I have more grit points.
Soren, you're up, and you guys would do better on your saves. But nobody's not very wise.
Nope.
Nobody does
Well, I mean,
perception.
to be fair, we've had mostly constitutions tonight.
You have on this one. Yeah, most of the undead do Constitution saves.
I'm going to try and cast Shadow Blade at 3rd level.
Oh, I just realized she could also shoot another thing.
I'll do it.
Fire. Yay.
11 more points.
Does Shadow Blade go through?
I got more spell slots, so no.
Hey, you're saying that like I'm not burning your spell slots as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, he doesn't. He has 2 other level 3 spell slots that I'd like to be using instead of counter spell, but
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I've still got another level 3 and 2 more level 2 slots. So, well, I can keep
I mean,
doing
anything
this.
we can make this, anything we can make this thing expend is going to help us. So, yay!
and one of his spells in particular at that level would be pretty devastating, but hadn't been able to use it yet.
Well, I'm going to again attempt to primarily slap him. Does that
Damn.
hit?
Yes.
Does he resist acid damage?
He does not resist acid damage.
Good.
Ivar, it is your turn.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and 2nd level cure wounds on myself. Really? Guess it's not that bad, but shit. All right. Yeah. That's going to be my turn.
Soren, viewing you as the potentially the most dangerous person, and has as you keep attempting to cast spells, he raises his hands again, and you can see that all of these it's almost like these spectral images appear from all over. They start coming up from the ground and like coming down from the ceiling, and they all go towards you. Make a Constitution saving throw.
With a +3.
28.
So you'll only take half damage,
Oh, only half.
which is still 26 points of damage.
Is that a specific type of damage?
That is necrotic damage. It would have been 52 points of necrotic damage.
What level did he fucking cast it at?
That is actually a lair action. It's not a spell that he cast.
What
He's
was
like a
it,
dragon.
minus 27?
26.
Well,
Lena, it is your turn.
Okay. She's going to fire once and then reload.
Wow. At least you're still rolling good.
Soren, it is your turn.
would you like to spend another 3rd level counter spell?
You know what? It's the last one. I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'll use it up.
Well, that's my last 3rd level as well.
All right. So no more 3rd levels for either of us.
You found a way to defeat the Blade Wizard. You just don't let him cast.
Also found a way to keep the bad guy from casting fireball.
As an action, I'm going to rub some ointment all over my body.
Just get some toothpaste and rub it in your face.
Because that last spell really fucking hurt.
Yeah, that would have killed you had you not con save. That's good. All right, Eva, it is your turn.
How, like, can I still see Soren? Like, how do you still look extremely hurt?
Well, toothpaste helped.
Yeah, toothpaste helped. I'd say
All right, you're good.
he looks bloodied still, but I can take a hit.
Okay. All right, slash. For 5. What the fuck?
Dude, start using smites. You're a paladin.
Yes, but I only have a certain amount of spells left.
Yeah, join the club.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm the only one who would heal, so I'm trying to make sure no one dies.
All right. So it is just the creature's turn. Ivar, I'm going to use a legendary action. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, yay. 8.
You are now frightened.
Is it, like, effective right now or on my turn?
I believe so. At the start of your turn,
Okay.
you will have to run away from it as far away as you can. At the end of your turns, you can do another saving throw to end the fear.
Okay.
Basically, he just looks into your eyes, and you stare into his, and you're like, "I have to get out of here."
Mm-hmm. You didn't have to cast a spell to make me do that. I would have fucking ran anyway.
Well, I mean, the spell's a legendary action.
Yeah, true.
Okay, she's going to fire once and then sharpshoot a second one. And the second one is with +1.
I'm so glad one of us is hitting it at least.
They're just like way back there, just firing.
Yeah, he should be attacking you now.
Oh no.
All right. Soren, it is your turn.
I'm going to cast Shadow Blade at level 2. Are you going to counterspell that one?
He can't. He doesn't have any more counter spells.
Then,
Or I could cast it at lower, right? No, I can't.
No, you can't. You could cast it higher if you have level 4.
Yeah, I could cast it at level 4, but I'm not gonna.
Then I'm going to attack twice at advantage from a Shadow Blade.
Even when me and you hit, we suck.
That's I've got nothing for that.
Look at my last 2 rolls damage, both 5s.
You rolled 3 11s
Yeah.
in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, the 21 is with advantage, so that the second one does hit, but then you got a 1 on your damage, so.
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
Ivar, run away! And then make a. And he also
Uh,
is going to take a attack of opportunity on you.
I mean, all right, real quick. It says I have to run away as far as I can, and usually it's run directly away. But is going up the hill going to be as far as I can, or would I?
No, I think you need to go like
This way.
So
that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be as far away, unless I have to dash for it too.
I'm not going to make you use your action to do that, but you take 7 points of cold damage on your way out as he grabs at you as you run away.
Okay, 7. So I do still have an action, right?
I don't think that you do. Like you do get to roll again to see. You have to move your distance, and then you have to roll.
Okay.
Again
So another wisdom save.
Yep.
11.
You are still scared.
Yep.
So that will be yours.
Good luck, guys.
See you later. Bye bye. All right.
Ooh, I found a treasure chest at least.
Well, that's good to know.
Lena, Constitution saving throw.
Oh, now she's going after me.
$33 points of necrotic damage.
Oh.
He does what he did to Ivar. You see the black smoke rise out of his hand, and he just reaches this sort of like skeletal-looking hand towards you, and then this black just shadow just sort of envelops you. And
Lena suddenly looks pretty hurt.
Does everyone know what they're going to play next?
And you feel like when this hits you, you feel like all of the moisture is just being pulled out of your body.
Ugh.
It's a fucking Dementor.
Okay, she's gonna fire at him. And
Put
then
potions to use.
she's going to actually just bonus action second wind.
So the first one misses, the second one hits. Sorny, it's your turn.
Is a potion a bonus? I forget.
Yeah.
It's an action to give it to somebody else. It's a bonus to use it for yourself.
Okay.
That's how we do it. That's the way they do it on Critical Role, and I like that one.
I'll take my 2 strikes first. There. Fuck you, dude.
All right. How do you want to do this?
Oh.
I'd like to spear him from the top and let the shadowy blades just incinerate him. And I'll drop the doppelgangers.
All right. So he hits the ground, and quickly, being that close to him, I'm gonna say do an intelligence check with advantage.
Oh, come on.
You recognize this, you think. This guy looks familiar to you. You just aren't really sure who it is because you rolled a fucking 9 with advantage. It's not a dwarf, just so that just make that clear. It's not Thorgrim.
Is it a gnome?
This appears to be humanoid. So this looks like a human. I used to be a human.
Guys, I didn't want to tell you like this, but Bjorn learned magic.
He seems very familiar, but you can't quite place.
If Lena comes closer, can she attempt it?
You can. Actually, I believe that Lena. Oh, yeah, yeah, Lena can do it. Yeah.
Would Ivar have any chance, or would it be not?
This is not a person that you would have known.
Okay.
Yay!
Lena was here for this. And it's a shame that Bjorn isn't, because this
was the first motherfucker.
Appears to be Terrence Vaughn. Or appears that he once was.
Someone find his ring.
You don't get the feeling that that he was one before and that he was disguising himself. I mean, like, this just looks like he was dead and brought back.
Well, he's in an incinerated corpse now.
Well, I'm not going with that just because I wanted you guys to be able to recognize him, so he's not entirely.
Oh, that was more intense than I thought it would be.
Yeah, definitely. Was that the thing that was making voices in her head?
It's possible it was countering my magic.
I don't like that thing.
Lena, you could take 20.
Thank you.
And I'll use a Cure Wounds at level 1 on myself.
I didn't even drink that potion. I didn't get time.
For 5. Right.
Lena's basically back to full.
So basically saved by all the damage that Lena does and your high constitution saving throws. Otherwise, you guys would have been screwed.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually, he's more powerful than I even made him, because I didn't want him to be the full version of what I was using for him.
I mean, he was definitely putting out some massive damage if it wasn't for the saves.
Well, yeah, he would have been for sure, but he also had higher level spells that I didn't use. So just to kind of give you guys a taste of things to come, you know.
Yeah.
How lovely.
Yeah. But yeah, Ivar will say, when I was under his spell, there was a chest this way.
Yes, let's take what's off his corpse. I will move it across there.
Yep, and Lena will help Soren with any searching.
I rolled on this one myself to see what you would find. So you don't find a ring. He's not wearing a ring. I'm not even sure how a ring of regeneration will work on an undead. But you find two things on him. You find 3 platinum pieces that are wrapped in this sort of like velvet pouch on his side. And this is what makes rolling on a random table fun. He also has a tiara. I don't know. Well, maybe he had it on his head. I don't know. The tiara is worth tiara worth 29 gold pieces. We'll say he had that in his pouch too. We'll say that he wasn't an undead man walking around with a tiara on his head. But
I mean, no judgment.
You know, he wanted to be the mother, right? He was just trying to.
Hey, there's nothing in the rules that says an undead can't be fabulous.
That's true. So that's all that you find on him. He's not wearing. He was wearing jewelry, I guess. He's wearing a crown of sorts, but we got 3 platinum pieces and a tiara.
Yes, we should probably try to map this place out to see what we can find.
It's definitely really big and open. And
so you can see that there's the woman that he was probably torturing. And then there's a little brazier there in front. This little thing right here, like this little like divot, you can see that it was sort of like he was using it as almost a throne. Had you come across him differently, that's where he would have been sitting. But you made a bunch of noise, and the dogs were sitting next to him as well. But
yeah, I'll go over to this lady and just check her to see what happened to her and all that kind of stuff.
Her neck looks broken.
Okay.
Can we investigate her? I mean, I'm not proud.
It appears to be an elven woman. You would guess she's probably a resident of Valriana, would be your guess. She's not carrying anything of value.
Did she have any identifying like papers or?
Nope. She looked pretty malnourished, as if she's been here a while. And then there's that chest up on the little stairs, or riser behind his.
I would like to investigate for traps and locks.
I mean, I'll keep your other one. No, it doesn't appear trapped or locked.
Open it with the sword.
All right, everybody, all 3 of you. So 1 each. So we're gonna roll 3 times on the table. So D100 and a D12.
Look at you guys, 81 and 82.
Yeah, so it's the same table. See.
I kind of like this system because we're just getting random shit.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. I mean, the only time that like normally it's because I'll put stuff in that like I want you guys to find for like a story reason, or whatever. But I didn't have a story reason for any of this. It was just like, hey, just some random stuff. All right, so a 2 and 11 on this table, right? So you find 36 gold pieces in there, and you find, wow, this I don't think this wouldn't even, this chest is a lot bigger. I need to make it bigger on the screen here. So I will just put this in on the loot one because it's not anything that you find all of that in there as well. A wooden camel saddle. Okay. Let me go do the other one. Don't know why he would have any of that stuff, but he also had a tiara. So this is a strange man, Mr. Terrence Vaughn. And then 5. So you just find more money. So the low numbers are always money. 27 gold pieces and 29 silver pieces as well.
I'll take it. I'm gonna look to Lena and just say, so are we thinking that this is a job completed, or is there more to look for?
I guess we're going to be paid for each undead we kill, right? We might as well comb the area and make sure that we clear it out.
I have not been collecting heads, have you?
Nope.
Would you mind if we take a brief rest?
Yeah, we can rest. Maybe not in the middle of this giant cavern, but I wouldn't
You do
mind a
not
short
think
rest.
we should head back out?
Agreed, but we should definitely try to make sure there's nothing else hiding around.
I would like to get this woman back to the surface to give her a proper send off.
Very well.
Lena, is this okay?
Yes. I would still like to kill all the other, or kill all the other undead that might be roaming here, but we can send her off first.
I would love to destroy them as well, but something with perhaps we can just build a bit of a pyre here and I could get rid of her that way to guarantee there will be no sort of turning her.
If you wish, I can burn her.
Eh, there's a meaning behind a pyre. It's more than just burning a body.
Oh yeah, I guess Soren wanted to take some rest as well, and I wouldn't mind resting, so we can spend some time, give the woman a send off, and then I guess continue on our way.
Well, that works for me. So he'll just like, I mean, is there any pieces of wood around on the ground that he could just like start putting stuff together?
There's a saddle.
Yeah, true. A wooden saddle. That is.
Yeah. Odd.
Yep.
There's the saddle, and then the chest itself is made of wood. So
Yeah, he'll break pieces off, and he's gonna try, like, it's gonna be a very small, very bootleg looking one, but he's gonna do his best and just say a bit of a prayer and stuff and put her on it.
okay.
And I guess Lena will take a short rest.
Same, and I'll be detecting magic and identifying as well.
And I don't think with doing what I was doing, I would have time for a short rest, so I'll be fine. You know what? This is bothering me. I gotta Google wooden saddle.
And I'll do arcane recovery to get a 3rd level back.
Yeah, they are definitely real. And look extremely uncomfortable.
I imagine.
I mean, where the hell would we get a cowl?
So I will remove the saddle. Yeah, that looks terrible.
Yeah.
Since you burned it, I will update that. What were you looking to identify here?
Well,
Only...
detecting first for magical essences, then identifying.
Yeah, so the only thing that you would have at this point is the flute. It is magical.
Then I would like to identify the flute.
Look, this is what you got. Didn't know it was a thing. I don't think anybody can you are any of you proficient in wind instruments?
Nope.
I mean, I have performance proficiency.
No, it has to be an actual instrument proficient.
Not me. Yeah, that'll be something fun to trade down in the Underdark.
Well, bards would be interested. That'd be pretty cool for a bard.
Mm-hmm. It actually really makes sense with the fucking area we're in too.
All right, so we will stop there, and then we'll pick up next week with your continuing investigations of the attempt to exit